40-minute wait for the bands to go through, as per usual. Doomfist. Sombra. Hey Rombot, how you doing? Stream early? I know, crazy. I got content prepared today, and I was like, you know what? I'll actually just go online, play a game before starting stream, so people can filter in. Thara, Freya, Doomfist, boom. That's almost lawful good. It's close to lawful good. Helios. No Hog ban? Oh yeah, Hog's a menace now, isn't he? I didn't see the patch notes. Been pretty good. How's the content grind been? Took a week off, then got absolutely screwed this week as well. So it's been bad. I've been doing bad. I am thus. I haven't been able to get anything done for the last little while. The Torsten guy. Oh, the Zarya? Okay. Well, I've been forced onto DPS. Apparently DPS is the least popular role. One more Lucio, so I mean, probably best to just pick something. Probably just go Tracer. They were throwing on Reaper, okay. We need more bans, well, less things to ban. Well, no, Crafty, shut up. The best thing about bans is that Blizzard no longer has to balance things, remember? Do you remember that? How Blizzard actually doesn't need to do their job anymore? Thank you, Winston. Oh, I didn't react to that in any way, shape, or form. I thought Winston might come with me, to be honest. I don't know why he didn't. He instead wants to charge the tanks. No, he's 2 steps ahead, exactly. You've got to make the game worse at a faster rate than bans make it better. And you're fine, right? Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Oh, they know I'm him. Like, what are you trying to hook him? I'm alone, dude. Okay, I successfully tanked their attention all the way back here. Feel like I've done my job. I've made space. How long do I have to make space? An infinite amount of time. Come on, come on. In we go.
We jump back.
We going in? Yeah, we're gonna jump. Mount. They nanoed him! They nanoed him! Why is my team not able to walk for a choke? You don't really have any problem with our backline. Good Constable Tracer? Yeah. No doubt, no doubt. Hello, Edelfrost. How is life? You just got to play off the Winston jumping into the enemy's front line for some reason. Come on, Winston. Do something. Do something, Winston. Do something before... Okay, I guess I'll do something. What is our... Where is our Winston? Oh, he's in now. After me. Was he waiting for me? Is that what was happening? Oh, I can't finish that. Oh, yeah, I definitely can't finish that now. Have you seen the newest patch? Yeah, I've got a load on my row monitor. We'll go for it in a sec. No, leave me alone. Oh, yeah, they've just done. It's fair. You know, you use an ult to do that. Freaks roll in Discord back? Do you not have a freaks roll? Hey, Me Machine, how's it going, dude? Tracer, you bring 0 to the table if you can't kill Hanzo. Why is it always me?
So, I noticed you don't send
Tracer, who else do you play? I play, Widow. Yeah, I play Widow. They don't like my Tracer, they can get my Widow. There you go. I left as I was testing some for the rank system. We've died now. Okay. You left? What are you on about? Might be forced to play an OWCS again? Oh no, I'm sorry for your loss. You poor, poor, sweet summer child. Oh, this is a fall off.
We jump Hanzo.
Oh my god, they're gonna jump somebody. You know what? Fair enough to him. I can't complain about that, can I? That was good for him. Almost back. It looks like my team's doing well. Apparently all they needed was for me to swap Tracer. Ooh. Go up there. I don't know why that Moira worried me there. I don't know, dude. Here's where I am. Swap up. I guess I'll break shield. Nothing really much more to be done.
There is a half.
Hey, look, I got a perk. Less ammo.
Sigma.
Thank you. If I can't kill Hanzo, I am not worth existing, apparently. And I should feel bad about my life. Nope. Well, that was bad, to be fair. To be fair to them, that was quite bad. I thought he was going to full send at me. Right, he didn't. Oh. No, leave me alone. Leave me alone, Hanzo. He's just beating to chase me. Oh, no, 1 second. Oh, God. I was making space, to be fair. I was making space. He literally beated to come and chase me. I'm taking so much threat. If there was a threat meter, I'd be at the top of it. It's a good thing I swapped. I'm doing so much more on this character. Hey, look, I got a kill. I'm gonna count that as my kill. Die! Why won't you die? We'll just use SMG. Good job, guys. Good job, team. I'm just gonna position, yeah, to face off the Winston when he comes in. See, I'm really good at this game. Look, look, look. I'm pulling my weight now. It's a good thing I swapped Tracer. It's literally just because they swapped Roadhog 100%. It's a threat of the one shot. Yeah, I'm tanking. I'm tanking, guys. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, I cut myself at work. I have a cut all the way down there. I chose to go down the road. And, sorry, not across the road. I chose to go down the street, apparently. Yeah, really screwed up there. So my right arm actually hurts quite a bit holding it there. Realth is suicidal? Thankfully not. It was a very honest mistake. Fucking idiot, man. Oh, I'm such a fucking knob. Anyway, yeah, so I accidentally cut myself. So now my arm hurts. I was wondering why I felt uncomfortable, and I was like, oh yeah. Look, can you just piss off? This guy, man. This guy. I'm gonna... You know what? They're never having speed. They're never having speed. Their entire team's gonna be speedless, and it's gonna be... Widow 76, coming up. Oh. Leave me alone! You stupid like Lucio player. Leave me Leave me alone. Why are you doing this? Go away. What are you doing? I've not hit anyone this game. Can we do something? Widow 76. The Hanzo will always take this duel, 100%. Oh my god, I don't have my accuracy of the... That should have connected. That's my fault. I don't have the sensitivity. Perhaps depressed from 5v5? Thankfully not. I don't play it. Depressed from Stadium 5v5, maybe. Stupid dive character diving the one-shot character who sucks at dive. Exactly. He's playing Widow like a Reaper. Alright. What other characters do they think they want me to play? I'm not allowed to play Tracer. Go Wu Yang? You know what? We're going Wu Yang. My team's mad that I didn't do enough, despite the fact that the Winston was just sitting in spawn. I wanted to jump up on the left, but I just got knocked back 1,500 times. Where's the first knockback come from? I got knocked back once before, didn't I? I got knocked back twice, I think. I got knocked back before the spear. I thought I could jump left before anything like that came out. Ah, well. Yeah, Bastion nade. There's so many small knockbacks in this game nowadays. Yep, there we go. It's literally Spylo's fault. Look at these bloody angle maxers, man. Like, literally, one damage comes from the side, and they're like, I can hunt down that damage. Just think about it. I could go angle towards them. Leave me alone. This Lucio player, man. Got him. Actually, pretty big wave, yeah. Obviously the passive on gas, and then the wave. Almost killed by Bastion nade again. It's so annoying now. I genuinely think Bastion nade was such a negative for the character in general. If I could just hit this already, she's so dead. Point. It's a Lucio again. Oh, there you go. The second wave got the Lucio, did it? I didn't see. The Winston jumps in. Do a thing. Come on, Winston. Come on, Winston. Do something. Come on, Winston. Come on, Winston. Oh, we're dead. I didn't know where the dragon was coming from. Do anything! What's Spylo's Wuyang guide? There's a fair amount of angling. Of course, there's a fair amount of angling. It's more to support. It's more to support other people than it is to angle yourself. You don't necessarily. The thing is, your spam damage goes up massively for angling, but your piercing damage doesn't. So it's kind of like interesting positioning there, because you don't actually need deep positioning in order to get good shots from the ball if you're actually good enough. Can we get an angling role in Overwatch? Well, every single character in Overwatch now angles, since Spylo's ruined the minds of every single player in the game. Yeah, Wu Yang plays to spam and not die, prevent, right? He's a modern day life leader. Saving ult for saving ult for the Winston to do something. If he did anything that entire game, then I would have used the ult. Okay? Okay, Frost? Yeah, you happy? You happy now? Yeah? I'll do one more. But before I do one more, let's have a quick look. I'm not doing a proper read through. This seemed like pretty minor beans. Damage reduction reduced, damage reduced. I think this is fine, good. Like, I'm happy with the violent elite damage being reduced. That's good. Ram armor increased. I mean, they just made Ram significantly more boring. Sure, whatever. Sure, he's terrible, so you got to give him something. Crit multiplier increased. What are you doing? Resource regen rate increased. What are you doing? These are terrible changes. Realistically, you're gonna have to do something else there, but the trouble with the crit multiplier is that it just makes it so that Roadhog can shoot tanks, and shooting tanks is boring. And possibly not a good thing in 5v5, weirdly enough, since you can't have any tank hate in 5v5, otherwise the tanks just immediately fall over. Ammo reduced to 80, mine duration reduced to 16 seconds. That definitely kills the ball, this ammo change. You needed your whole clip quite a lot. I don't know why. Maybe they've got the statistic behind the scenes, but I don't know. This made Genji significantly more boring. This is just relatively bad. They should have reduced the duration of the deflect instead. It's just like you can't do anything great with it. Super was complaining about ball. Oh, that was it. Okay, yeah. Greed crash out change. Roadhog also ignores tank headshot passive. Is that gonna be patched or is that intentional? No longer have a large projectile size. I mean, nobody's gonna disagree with that. Torbjorn, maybe we could just revert the entire patch instead, but you know, duration increased from 5 to 6 seconds. Cool. Damage increased by 160 to 190, so it's no longer a zoning ult, it's an instant kill you ult, exactly the same as Hanzo, because something 5v5, these things can't exist. We can't have cool stuff in our video game. Perks cost increased by 25%, they were OP, and maybe we should just remove the perks instead, but whatever. Grappling hook cooldown, that's just because they want the cool grappling hook Widow perk build to work. Venom Mine, that's a perk inclusion from that they removed, and now it's just being put back into the base kit. I think that's probably fine. However, it's another instance of them balancing around, guaranteeing that Widow's going to be banned. Damage increased. I don't think that was needed in any way, shape, or form. Brings back the combo kill of the bash whip shot 2 hits. I mean, sure, fine, whatever. Damage per projectile reduced. I don't know why they did this. I don't think anyone's complaining about Lucio's crazy damage. Yeah, like, I don't know, it seems like a large change for no reason. This kills the Wu Yang. Well, it doesn't kill the Wu Yang, it just makes the Wu Yang incredibly fucking boring, since you can now no longer use Guardian Wave ever aggressively unless it guarantees a fight win. So you have 1 Guardian Wave per fight, and it has to win the fight, or it has to peel for you. Rushing Torrent 8 seconds. Yeah. Still OP? Yeah, because it doesn't matter what the cooldown Rushing Torrent is, you're still practically immortal for 1 fight. Doesn't matter what the cooldown Guardian Wave is, you're still practically immortal for 1 fight while doing everything else your kit does. And that's it. So overall, I give it a C minus. Small positives. I mean, small positives are basically Hazard, Ram, sure, like you gave him something, but you also killed the Ram, so whatever. Roadhog, yeah, bad for 5v5, bad for 6v6, doesn't need to be changed in 6v6 for the most part. 6 shield and rain shield can't detonate minefield. Yeah, I saw that. That's quite funny. So minefield got a shadow buff. Fine, don't really care. Bad, but you know what? Probably necessary in order to keep the character relevant. See, the thing is, I'm tempted to do this in our live mode because Widow's so much worse. Good changes, but sad that we have to do them. Question mark. I think Brit's fine. Very weird. Anyway, that's basically it. Wu Yang doesn't matter since you just shit out damage with so much healing. Yeah, I think it's the targeted damage that really matters on Wu Yang, though. Like, if you ever hit a Tracer, the Tracer's just out of the fight for the next 15 seconds. So, like, that's basically the difference, isn't it? Disabling dives by hitting 1 orb on people. And then the general spam damage Wu Yang puts out is just crazy high, so, yeah. What the fuck are we doing? Well, I guess I'm on Malcolm. No. Dynamite. Am I gonna die? I think his numbers are just too high. Yeah, probably. Probably just something that can be done with simple numbers changes. You gotta wait for a while because Life Weaver doesn't actually heal anything. What? So sorry. So funny. Yeah, suicide! I drew all their cooldowns. I made space, guys. I made space. Oh. Arissa's immortal. Gotta charge that. No. Where's my, oh, there's the Wu Yang. So there's light BBs up there. Oh, Wu Yang on the brain. Yeah. So they have infinite spam, and with Hanzo and Ashe, since they need to continuously power creep Hanzo. What are you bash onto me? What are you doing? What are you doing? Brick, what are you doing? I just want to live, leave me alone. Why is this Orisa always in? What's happening? I don't even know where I am. What's happening? New Mag perk is kind of strong. Yeah, the 50 HP is really strong. My team's just not able to do anything right now because they're just out spamming. Maybe I should go angle, but if I angle, we'll have no healing. Basically, we are completely screwed because our support's on Lucio Life Beaver. That's basically live right now. I'm swapping. I'm not playing this shit. Let me see how I can try and disable the Ashe. Don't know why I'm just staring at him. What is he doing? Look, I'm waving him. Go! Do something. You're at full health. Walk forward. Okay. Nope, I missed it. I missed it by point. Why is that entire team there? Whoop. I'm alive. How am I alive? But like genuinely. What happened there? Oh, I wanted to step in, but apparently I'm not allowed. Nope, he's dead. It looks like we all press Q. Success. Yeah, screw you in spawn. Yeah. What are you doing? You think you're gonna be in spawn safely? I'm gonna stop that. Like, is this really necessary? Malga, like, is it really necessary? Get him! Just distracting both DPS at once. Whoop. He needs healing. Fair, like Weaver does need healing now. Oh, kill him then. One of these days, I'll hit something. Like Weaver is low. What? Remove the fucking petal! God damn. She finally captured. Oh, that took so long, man. Oh, I'm threading this under our feet. One health. No, Yeah, I don't know why everyone banned Zarya. It seems to be like a constant thing. Hey, somebody else took tank. Oh, the Lucio swap. That's why we're okay. Oh, he did a good grip. I can't believe it. You okay? You okay, Hanzo? Oh, he's doing it. He's doing a funny. Oh, he was trying to do a funny. It takes 15 minutes to heal him back up since DPS path exists in the video game. Oh, I'm alive. Angle maxing. Yeah, angle maxing. We're fine. We're fine. What are you doing? Charging in. So really weird play. Yeah, I need to number max here. Hanzo's so scary to peek into, man. Come on, Han. Come on, Hog. Take damage. Want my ult. Tasty ult. What is happening? Oh. I drew their cooldowns. Woohoo! I really want my hands though. Got a kill. Target the hands in the back line. Why is Orisa just walking at me? Infinite health Orisa. I thought he went under for a second there. I'm really confused. I just need to generate ult, use ult. Okay, I put spear. Taking spear is good for my team. Cool. I don't know if anyone's on point, but we're wave point. Yay! Yeah! I think I did okay-ish, right? That wasn't too bad. Sorry, I had to lock in there. I had a guy complain for like 4 minutes straight as I killed him once on killed him on Tracer around a corner once while playing Wu Yang. Yeah, it's Wu Yang's oppressive, don't get me wrong. Like I think they're right to complain though, right? I came to this stream for Lifeweaver gameplay. This guy's took it. This guy's like a full support main. Hi, Placid. How's it going? I thought I did okay. I'm not a skilled Lifeweaver, but I'm targeting the backline, trying to disable people, you know. He's allowed to duel pretty much anyone. Yeah, because he has such a ridiculous amount of... Do you enjoy Wu Yang? Yeah, I enjoy Wu Yang. I hate playing against Wu Yang. Wu Yang just feels awful to play against. His weakness is close range, but he can push people away with his E. Yeah. He's basically immortal as long as he's got wave and dash. Like it's just too strong. Like this is crazy. They need to reduce the speed on the movement. I think reduce the impulse speed to make him a little bit more punishable and not make him just be able to walk away from anyone that ever threatens him. And then they need to lower the cooldown and what the wave does. Lower the knockback, lower the cooldown on it. I think it would be a reasonable state. Yeah, fuck you, don't stand there. Little bitch. Ooh, that break is abusable. Gotta remember that it goes down. This Ash. Imagine being this Ash right now. I'd fucking hate my life, right? Get him. One more hit. Poor Ash player. Man, getting abused. Oh, I got a head drop. I egoed it. To be fair, I was egoing. That's my fault. I really hate getting hit round corners. Yeah, it's complete bullshit. It definitely shouldn't be in the game, but you know. The thing is, Wu Yang's been based around this the core gameplay concept. Like you can't really do much else. The concept is interesting enough to include in a kit. So they have to center the kit around it. Go on, do something. Got a melee off. The Ash hates me, man. The amount of times I've hit this Ash at long range. She hates me. Okay. Obviously that one. Cool. I am in a bit of a weird situation. Yeah, self-made. Yeah, self-made. What are you doing, Anna? This is poor Anna player, man. He's gone back to spawn, that he's scared. You just do whatever you want. Like, it's so hard to challenge this, man. Like, what are you gonna do? You're gonna walk at me? I'll just... You put that shield there, I'll just float around it, it's fine. Cool. No! No! Surely not! No, I don't die him. Oh no! Well, that was a misuse of the ultimate. I'm gonna say it's a misuse of that ultimate. I did not put myself away. No. No, don't look. It's fine. Guys, just don't look. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's okay, and there's no problems, okay? Diana's probably, like, back there somewhere. I'm gonna get that. I can see the Ash. The Ash is on that corner. No, they're not. You know what? They're just not playing. Okay, I'm just gonna heal, I guess. I just need to spam this corner, and then we'll go again. See, we're fine. We're fine. Poor Anna. Man, this character's so overtuned. Just so obtuse. Got that rank in. What are you on about? I played okay. I didn't do nothing. Right? I got like 10k damage. That's fine. I love being able to do less because they've put Guardian Wave on a longer cooldown though. That's really good. Why not reduce the efficacy of the cooldown that really does nothing in the kit instead of just like making it OP? Reduce the knockback slightly, reduce the damage slightly, reduce the self heal slightly, put the cooldown to 7, and you'd probably be in a great place with the kit. It is way too aggressively focused, and when I say aggressively focused, I mean reactively focused. Just sucks the result. What do you mean I'm getting boosted? I'm actually doing okay, right? I genuinely am actually doing okay. The overhealing and healing from that wave is a lot. Yeah, they just need to reduce the duration of the empower, right? The annonate heals, the double heals, whatever it is. I don't know what you call it. They reduce the duration of that, make it a smaller cooldown. Yeah, I don't know why did Bob get deleted. I'm doing one more here because I was enjoying myself. Good thing Classic is here, the dodge live Hog. Is Hog really that bad? Problematic streamer? What is this one? Which one of these? Bomb children and ban women from colleges? Ideally bomb women in colleges. Women children in colleges, yeah. Yep. That's from my political stream. ban women from colleges, yes, ban women. Bomb women in colleges. That was my statement. It's fine, guys. I wouldn't worry about it. If you don't know what we're talking about, I wouldn't worry about it. I think that stream's actually timed out, so you can't go back and look at least now. Play one quick play game and instant died as Junker Queen against Hog. Ooh, nice. Do you get clotted in the head? That's really good, man. Just making it so you can assassinate people with Hook. That's exactly what we wanted, Blizzard. Oh, good job. I don't know. Maybe you guys, right, Blizzard, right, maybe instead of just saying, oh, we don't have any more buttons, so we can't add more stuff, maybe you should just make an additional button for the character, right? Maybe you should make an additional button. Because it seemed like the only reason that you changed the fucking fire mode in the first place was because you didn't have a button for the pig pen. Why don't you make another button? Like it's not that complicated, right? Shouldn't Hog have a free button anyway? Or is it like are they maxed out on controllers at this point? How does Rivals fare on controllers? Because they have a E, F, Q, G, H keybinds.
You know what they say? Just go with the flow.
When I played League, a new hero even having a positive win rate was a good indicator that the hero was overtuned. Yeah, because people should have to learn them. And that holds true at the very least similar in Overwatch. Yeah, of course. Yeah, people should have to learn them. The idea is they're releasing them overtuned on purpose, right? Like, that's the idea. Unfortunately, the only thing to tune back on Wu Yang, they're doing wrong, which is the cooldown structure. The cooldown structure for Wu Yang is just bad, and this movement is too good. They just need to change it. I'm going to be honest. They need to make it so you can actually position aggressively on Wu Yang. It's never going to matter to position aggressively necessarily, only for spam, but no. Oh, piss off. What? What the fuck? What did I do to your... What I do to you? Leave me alone. What? I was just slightly... This is Spylo. This is Spylo's fault. Spylo fucking angle pilled. Every single time they see anyone anywhere near an angle, they're like... What's wrong with people? Like, you can just leave someone on angle for like 3 seconds. I know being on angle is good. I pay people to do it, but... Okay, I'm defeated. Oh, it's D.Va Doomfist. Excellent. Both teams have D.Va Doomfist. What a fucking amazing video game. I'm glad I'm playing this. Thank you, Blizzard, for not listening to anything anyone told you about how to balance 6v6 from when it first was released. It was like one of the 3 things that I said to Spylo. He was like, hey dude, do you wanna give me some like ideas on what like 6v6 balance should be like? Because I'm gonna talk to the devs. And I was like, yeah, you need to gut Doomfist, just remove him from the video game, right? Because he never ceased to call. What the fuck off? D.Va. Oh, I'm eating myself at an angle. I'm angle pilled. I'm angle pilled. I love Spylo. I love Spylo. Waving there just to keep eating up and get my ult. Go on. Go up. Someone do something. Okay, I'm good for now. Fuck it. Did you? You didn't. Oh, I missed the Anna. Okay, that was me being bad. Bad. Oh. Oh. Okay, that's a team. Okay. Doomfist doing Doomfist things. Oh, I need it on the Reaper. Oh, yep. Reaper. Yeah, spam them out. Spam them. Spam them. Spam them in spawn. Spam them in spawn. Oh. Okay. Just remove this character. Just absolutely delete him from the video game. I don't know, man. Like, he just kills you from fucking Narnia. Like, there's nothing you can do. Why am I wounding? Yeah, sure, I took like 50 damage, but I should be allowed to take 50 damage without Doomfist just instantly deleting me with no interaction whatsoever. Crazy, man. Not even time to press a button before you're dead to the punch stun. No. I don't like angles. I am not angle pilled. Oh, it's a D.Va. It's a nano D.Va. Okay. Oh, there's a Doomfist there as well. Yeah, I'm so dead. That sounds like what Greed wants Genji to be. No, the thing is Genji's limited by range because you can only dash so far. So Genji's threat is what Genji can get to. That's kind of like the idea of the character. But Doomfist, they can get anywhere. Doesn't matter where you stand. He can just fucking insta-kill you because uppercut travels an arbitrary distance. Oh, are we actually okay? Okay, I'm you. Oh god. And D.Va just eats half her stuff because you got the DM up for like 40% of the time. It really screws slow projectiles because she just flashes every now and again. She can just eat half of your stuff for like barely any demand. Okay, I should have. I'm not going to be mad at that one. That's fine. Okay, what should I do? I will play Brig, I guess, since they are exclusively on fuck you dive tanks. Oh, piss off. Oh, a Doomfist went in and died instantly. No interaction with the team because he's always able to get into their space no matter what's happening. Bah. I'm so glad Doomfist exists, man. I'm so glad he exists. What a great character. I'm so glad they changed him to be a tank. It's so much better. Nope. Melee attacks. Sure. Oh, new Vanguard. Oh, Anna's just better. Oh, nope. Missed it. I have no packs. No packs. No pack. Yes, we got a whip shot. We're good. Look at it, little scared boy. Okay, I think we're good. Oh look, I went the anti-dive guy, and now they're not able to do anything. Ooh, I love being able to play characters on the video game. Whoop. Another whip shot. Whippy. Oh, I need to get a pack on there, but I missed it. It would have been good to get the pack on the Diva. She ever LOS, isn't it? Oh, nice whippy. I used to. That's good enough for you. 90% chance to Diva get. Look at that Diva. Look at that Diva. Oh, she's rabid. You can tell she wants me. Whoop. The whip shot screws him up. Oh, God Christ. Oh, no, you slept. I need to get a pack on you. The whip shot again. I'm just built different. Another whip shot. It's so easy. Boost impactful soldier visor. Yeah, they're not having a good time, man. Man, it's almost like Brig didn't need a buff. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you, dude. The dueling capability of Brig was not the problem. I'm just gonna hold this. Nope. Look at that little bitch trying to kidnap me. Oh. Yeah, of course you are. Yeah, no doubt, dude. Keep this moment. It's just hit him with everything. Hit him with the combo. Hit him. Whoop. Why is that Anna there? Grab. Come in. Go. Oh. It turned out I lost attention on the Doomfist for 0.2 of a second and died to him. To be fair, I was kind of rocking a hard place with that Genji. You know the Willem Dafoe meme. I was like that with Genji. Oh. Junkrat. I feel like Junkrat's become so much more oppressive whenever he's actually played well. Ever since they decided that Junkrat had to be a duelist because 5v5 can't handle somebody that's not a duelist against DPS. I don't think it's that ridiculous when you have your back to main at 50% HP. I didn't complain about that one. I genuinely didn't complain about that one. Best messaging me. Yeah, I didn't complain about that one. I said, yeah, fair enough. We'll be doing other things after this, by the way. This is just me wetting my whistle and getting back into Overwatch after a little bit of time. Oh, look. Oh, you're in brick jail. So glad I got 20 extra damage on my bash.
I'm pretty sure it was
I think I could quite easily climb GM on Brig. I think it's one of those characters that just spacing can carry you a significant distance. And the only other real thing you have to do is be very reactive with packs. And you can pretty much just solo carry. Brig is very oppressive to dive. You had time to look at the patch notes. I decided on based on mid-season and our meta? Yes, I've had a look at them. I've read through them. I'll reread through them after this game and give my opinion on what we're up to. For everyone else and this. God. They're spamming. And this, I just straight up missed. I did not click on the person that I was meant to be clicking on. Bloody Spamathy over here. Maybe I should go something else. They are all full dive, but we're just getting spammed out of the choke because my team's stupid. I feel like I rarely see Brit players. Yeah. I don't think there's that many. We're dying mainly because our doofus, sorry, our hazard is certainly a player. A player of the video game. Certainly does occasionally press buttons. Just go away! Just go away! Why are you doing this? What are you doing? Just go away! Jesus, man. These players. Ooh. Go! Go! Dude, what are you doing? Go! Here waiting for him to walk forward so I can do something. Oh, that made me rather. I guess she's stealth behind us. Can you stop? Can you stop flipping me in the back? Alright, let's go on him. Give them the bravery to actually do something. I'll just stand on point. Should be good. Controlling space is super strong, but if your team does fuck all with it, yeah, very good on defense. Obviously very good on attack in general, or very good in general, but very good on defense in solo queue, right? And here we go. Oh, we didn't die. Average Junkrat experience. Push it, Sig. What are you? Oh, it's tap health. You know what? That makes sense. No complaints about him not pushing it on half health. I thought the Ana would be healing him already. I guess she would LOS behind the corner. They don't need me. I'm at 33% ult charge. They don't need me up there. Ana, go forwards. Oh my god, my team's just going to stand on here until we end up in an incredibly linear fight. I should have pushed out. I didn't realize they were this dumb. Oh, luckily Doomfist can access anywhere from anywhere. So he just full commits. Split off from my Ana. Is that meant to hit you through walls? When you're close, I'll protect you the most. I've never heard that voice line in my life. Yeah, is that meant to hit you? That definitely hit me through the wall, right? I'm not going crazy. Ultimate Rogue Challenge, he has to only say nice things on screen for one day. Why would I play a video game if I didn't complain about it? 66 win, higher elo, there's a lot of back on live reader. Yeah, I feel like it's because it's one of the modes where live reader actually works better. So people tend to play in a bit more. People love the AoE from BAP as well. Like, people genuinely adore being able to AoE properly. You find a lot of characters that normally don't see play, or characters that have a lot of AoE in them. Go him. Yeah, I got it. Worth it, worth it. Yeah, I got the Zan. And screw you. Evil Realth equals British. I know he's French. I am not French. How dare you call me French? By the way, for all foreign people, please be aware that the French-British thing is what they call banter. and is not representative of my actual views on the ethnic French. I think they're for the most part fine-ish. I mean, I don't like them. I wouldn't say I like many people, but yeah, they're fine. Can you just piss off? Can you just not do this, right? Can you just not for a little bit, right? Is that your views are much worse? Yeah. Yeah, hatred wouldn't even begin to encompass anything that I feel about the French. Oh, here we go. I feel like I'm not getting inspired procs because they're all LOS from me around this time. Got him. The whip shot. The whip shot was massive. Whoop, he got punched off the map. Okay, we're just in this corner. Played Widowmaker, so it must be French. Man, the logic from this this chat is just amazing, man. Amthos, what's your views on the British? Out of curiosity, can you give me your racist views on British people? Yeah, just to even it out a little bit, right? I don't want this hero. I want this hero. Yeah, Brig's obscene, isn't she? She's really good. I feel like Combat Medic's really good as well for brawls, man. Like, it's very strong. I actually really like that first perk choice for Brig, by the way. I think it's really good. Choosing between two different ways in order to improve your character that both are relevant at all times, but one of them's going to give you more and change your playstyle in a little bit of a way. I think that's a great perk choice. I think they did really well with that.
I'm not a little girl anymore.
Tell them you on British people. No, thank you. I don't want to get stabbed. No, I found, I've said this before on stream, America actually has a much higher knife crime per capita than England does. It's just the raw numbers because we've got a lower population, right? Thank you, Rombot. Very much appreciated. So America actually has a knife crime problem, not England. I'll have you know. So all you smug bastards that had nothing to say about England apart from knife crime this entire time, it wasn't even that much of a problem. It's just a bunch of chavs and drug dealers. Like, you're gonna get chavs and drug dealers in any country. You just call them something different, right? Oh, you're dead. That sleep is a guaranteed death. Oh. Okay, I'm just gonna get back to main. Yep, gonna get my inspired proc and leave. Ooh, ooh. I knew this would a thing. No, whoa! Melee! Come on, man! They got walled off. They just walked all the way back to spawn. Got one Doomfist punch came through. Like, literally one Empower Punch got into the back line. And they were like, ah, scatter, ah. I don't think anything about English people, really. You know what they say? What's worse than hate is apathy. That's what they say. And that's how much the French hate the English, right? I don't even think of you, is what he said to me. Give me my inspired proc. Oh, that's bad. Yeah. Just die on point, I guess, because they're all walking back in a straight line for the enemy team. I don't think anything bad. And this is the extra game you have to play because the French aren't trustworthy. So is he just going on an extra level? Mind-boggling me, right? A guy near me had his house raided for drugs. Why does the house have drugs? Because he was a drug dealer. Guys, it's not that complicated. Come on. I think I might take the deep angle. Yeah, I'm going to take deep. This guy is massive for us. I just need to not get caught in the RSO. Yeah, we're good. Bold of you to think I'm thinking at all. Well, I think that you're thinking about yeah. Glad my house doesn't deal drugs. Somebody's a wordsmith. You ever thought of taking up rapping, Squeed? Since you're, you certainly have a way with turn of phrases. Is Amthos? No, I don't think Amthos deals drugs. I think they work like a regular person. 15k healing, man. What a degen situation.
Stay close to me and I'll keep you
Is
safe.
it a bad take to say I don't like King's Row second? No, it's not a bad take. But I think that it provides texture to the game that is lost in other places. I think having a linear payload point works well, specifically because payload's one of those things that is progressive over time and doesn't tend to stall out in the same way. I think the choke coming from first into second is problematic. I don't think the rest of second is that bad. And it also guarantees some forward momentum from the second team to make it so that you normally get to third more often than not. And then it like narrows down. When I say narrows down, I really mean opens up in terms of your ability to carry it. Linear points are mostly aggressive favored as long as there are no angles for the defensive person to take. Oh, we got the Inspire proc. Hey, we got the Inspire proc. Whippy whippy. Let's get dippy. As I am quoted as saying. Nope. Yeah, I'm gonna take truck. I'm gonna sit there. Okay, we got the whip. Okay, he's gonna die. Yeah, get lost. Oh. There's an Anna somewhere around. On the right side. It's okay. If she tries to touch, I'll just whippy. Let's get dippy her. It's actually illegal to transport weed in a truck, but once it gets to the coffee shop, it's legal again. The legal system is weird. So they have to get it around by bike. That seems pretty reasonable for the culture involved. I think people generally dislike the terrain changing to be favorable for a different comp like Hollywood or Eichenwald. Yeah, I think that's true. I think that King's Row gets around that though, specifically because it's mostly mostly even on first. And then second pins it down to Brawl, which I feel like most, I don't know. I don't think, I feel like it's more changing to be favored to poke heavily that people don't like for the most part, right? I don't think really people really care between Dive and Brawl. Dive and Brawl are so similar that it's a fair side grade. Hey, Random. How's it going? Good morning. Well, you know, Random, I stopped content just for you. I started streaming the game. I didn't do any content and started streaming just because I knew you'd wake up at some point. Just instantly vanished. Piss off. I really need that. Okay, I got my problem. Oh, they're all dead. Oh no, they're not dead. Okay, we're good. Maybe we're good. It's the old Fiesta. Oh, they got no sleep. No, am I gonna die to this? No, I'm no way I died to this AoE. Okay, we got the healing on. The healing's on. I don't know why they're all staggering onto point, but they are. So that's something we're just gonna have to deal with. We've got 15 seconds. That's a very big proc. That's massive for me. I stole a lot of ult charge from Anna though, so it might end up being bad again. Give me a proc! Give me a proc! Massive! Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Doing the spring cleaning of the VA channel? Oh, just a couple. That's a very big proc. Yeah, no, like that's how you rate your brig. Wait, you get those big procies. Look, they were just standing there as well. They didn't even try and walk away from her. They were like, shoved. I don't know what they were doing. They just gave up. My brig's always been my best character. Okay, be right back a couple of minutes to get a drink, and then we're going to go into other styles of content that don't include me playing a video game that you don't want me to play. Okay. Yeah, you can go over there. I was enjoying the video gaming. Oh, maybe we'll return to the slop. Ooh. You can turn off copyrighted music? Does that turn off the menu music? That's interesting. Is that a thing which I can do? Wonder what the next skin collab would be. Hopefully JoJo. Whoever's genuinely. Let's remove that. Whoever's doing the collab for Blizzard is absolutely incredible, genuinely. Change it back to default music. Music in the menu is copyrighted. Interesting. Incredible at selling Mercy skins. I tell you that I bought the Mercy skin. Well, I didn't buy it with money, don't get me wrong. I'm never going to give Blizzard money, but I mean, I bought the skin. Man, people are going to do so many cosplays of this. Randoms conventions are going to be so good from now on, right? Dirty pervert? What are you on about? It's a skin. It's rated 12. I can't be a pervert for buying a skin. It's a 12 rated video game. It's fine. How many subs to a Realth cosplay of this? Man, that's a lot of zippers though, right? You know how expensive zippers are? I didn't realize, Beth does some arts and crafts. I didn't realize till the other week that apparently zippers are pretty much owned by one company. There's like one company that does zippers and they just do all of the zippers. And that's their company, right? Don't get me wrong, they're probably controlled by a massive conglomerate or something like this, but yeah. Was this one? Yeah, this one. Why would I get anything else? What are you on about? This is obviously the best skin. What's wrong with you guys? How many subs? Yeah, exactly. You have to. I'm gonna say at least 10 subs per zipper. So got one zipper that goes down there. One zip. Is that? Do you think that's one zipper all the way across? Let's get that bigger. Do you think that's one zipper all the way across there, or do you think that's two zippers? Like all the way around the back? I feel like it might be two. Let's get that bigger. Excellent. There's definitely one zipper there, though. It's not really doing much. And then there's two more. So that's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 zippers. So at least 35 subs is the answer. At least. There might be more. There are probably more zippers hidden under the boots, let's be honest. I don't think these zippers would work in practice. What do you mean would work? What do you mean would work? We all know the purpose of the zippers, right? It's not like they're there to be like, it's not like you're gonna like undo this one when you're extra warm and you want to let some heat out, or like undo the middle and just. I don't know the purpose. Excellent. Probably just matches the Persona outfit. Yeah, I should look up actually. For no reason in particular. Persona Panther. I haven't played Persona. You know what? It's pretty good actually, isn't it? That's certainly a figure that people could buy. I don't know, it looks more revealing in I feel like Mercy's got a lot more of a fuller figure, to say the least, than the Panther. I assume this is a child, given persona. It's a risky. It's a video game. Persona age rating. Shit. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, it's 18 in Japan, but Japan are quite. Wait, is it? Is that actually mature? I didn't even realize that. I assumed it was 12. I guess Japan doesn't really care about these kind of things. Anyway, were we gonna do something else at any point? We're gonna cover patch notes. Patch notes first. Okay, patch notes. This is gonna be a quick whistle-stop tour of our patch notes. We have added 2CP because you degenerates like 2CP. I don't know why you like 2CP. You're stupid and you shouldn't. So that's now in there. Is there a new dev vlog coming? We have not had a conversation recently. We will be having one soon, let's be honest. We need to get together again to talk about... well, we're doing a mid-season, and then we're going to be doing, like, the end season, so we'll probably have a big talk before then. The girl gets groomed by her male teacher. Oh, one too many nukes. That's what happened, right? And then they just went a bit weird from then onwards. Diva's health has been reduced. Hazard healing per spike increased. So Diva is just to stop the ability of like murdering people. Didact went the route of reducing health. We'll see how it pans out. It keeps Diva quite sharp, which I think quite a lot of people like that play Diva, while also fixing some of the issues, right? With being able to blow up without any interaction. Turn off sound? No, I like this music. This music is great. Healing per spike increased to 5. Brilliant. I think the healing just needs to, like, it's on the precipice of being too strong at 5, but we'll see how it pans out, right? Damage reduced to 65, reversion from live. Cooldown reduced to 12, cooldown reduced to 6. So we're trying to make, so basically what I sent Didact was basically, I'm not going to bring it up now, but it's basically a full list of all of the changes that I'd like to see in the mode. One of them was maybe splitting Commanding Shout into 2 different uses and being able to use them separately so that you can actually go in and peel and you've got it continuously off cooldown, or you can use them both in order to do a big push if you want to, right? So you've got a bit of speed even when you're in neutral. That was kind of like the idea. Dynac's reduce the cooldown, which does functionally the same thing, allows it to cycle a bit faster. Basically, cycles a bit faster. I think that's fine. Carnage cooldown reduction's gonna... Sorry, I'm good. Carnage cooldown reduction's gonna stack with the reduction for each person hit. Might get too strong. It's going to enable a lot more instant axes. I like instant axes. If I can get instant axes in my game, I'm happy with it, so I'm really happy with that. Bonus armor reduced to 200, version from live. Flashbang has been killed. I think we all knew that that probably needed to happen. Keeps the efficacy against tanks, while reducing the efficacy slightly in duels against DPS. I think that's fair, right? Cast still OP, exactly as planned. Shuriken speed reduced to 60, deflect cooldown reduced to 8, that's the reversion, and then Dragon Blade damage increased. I didn't communicate anything to Didact about the projectile speed, but I think that's probably reasonable. They keep increasing it. I don't want it high. It was just one of those where we weren't changing it because it was a layover from live and it just feels a bit different. I think it's fine. I actually think reducing the projectile speed ironically makes Genji more lethal because people tend to predict how often or how high or how peaky the damage is coming into them, and then they die to him more often, so you might end up seeing more kills just because of the lower projectile speed being less consistent. 500 damage body shots for the first game. Hey, Blizzard fucked it up too. It's not just us. Come on, man. Torbjorn changed to revert from live, increased. I think that's all fine. I don't know if Molten Core's been kept over from the live change as the extra damage. I think it's probably fine-ish if it has. Yeah, it's one of those. I don't like it being less zoney and more single target. I don't really like that. We are not allergic to round numbers, to non-round numbers here, so we're going to go for 5.3. I think Tracer was a bit strong. I think we can agree with that. Shield bash change, healing reduced on the dash. I think that's fine. I don't think it needed to necessarily be 20. Make it 5.4. We'll try 5.3 first, Squeed. Amp up cell speed increased. This was a requested one by quite a few of the Lucio players. Just feels bad to not be amping yourself at full speed. I think I agree entirely. There's no reason to keep it different on... There's no need to keep it different on you. Like, we wanted to reduce the amount of total speed in the game. I think we've done that. Your glass looks a bit dirty. What are you on about? It's condensation. It's condensation. I've got ice in it because I have an ice machine. Virus cooldown reduced, duration reduced. I've asked Didac to play around with this and see how he feels. This is a Hobgoblin glass, and Hobgoblin is a beer. This is from 2016, so this is from the same year that Overwatch launched, and it's got pumpkins and orange stuff on it. So that's what that is. Reversion of Wu Yang stuff, and then bonus fixed. Fixed a bug causing Cassidy to deal unintended amounts of damage after dying, and Shuriken damage increased. I think this is all fine. Yeah, with the projectile reduction, speed reduction, increasing the damage by a bit. I think that's cool. I think I am fine with this. We'll try it out. We'll see how it feels, and then we'll go on. No notes. Right. So the thing we actually were supposed to be doing. Okay, guys, are we doing a VOD first, or are we doing a slop? That's your choice. VOD or slop? One vote for VOD, one vote for slop so far. Oh, another vote for slop. That's 2 for slop, 3 for slop. 1 for slod. Excellent, Squeed. Good job. Another for VOD. Open those loot boxes? No, screw you, Toast. Hey, how you doing, dude? Slod? Slod? Yeah, we're doing both anyway, screw you. Okay, first thing is first. I think we should start with Questron. The unfortunate history of Sombra. I think this is the best starting point for us. Allows us a couple of routes to talk about a few things such as hero bans, maybe. Ew, please VOD. I don't care what you think, Bob Ross. Okay, I don't like this guy. What's people's general opinion on Questron? I haven't had too much contact with them apart from in the Sombra debate, where I asked him specifically if he wants to have fake internet beef, and he said no. Which was very sad. I was like, Questron, I have different opinions than you. Do you want to have some beef? And he was like, no, I don't want to have beef. And you know what? It's like if you're at a bar and somebody offers you to buy you a pint with their round, right? It's kind of rude to refuse, isn't it? It's kind of rude to refuse because the social contract implies that I'm asking you to do something so that we'll have more camaraderie over time. And that's what I thought about Questron. Don't know anything about him. I wish Blizzard did listen to him. Not being listened to is more upsetting, but I don't like the guy personally. I have no opinions on him. I've had minimal contact, but he has pretty good editing in his videos. Anyway, let's go the unfortunate history of Sombra.
16 of Overwatch 2 introduced hero bans. At the end of the current season, we'll be coming up on half a year of hero bans being in the game, and to be direct about it, the Sombra community has never been more dead.
Taken out behind the barn.
Daylight, I dare say.
Are you allowed to put a gun in the first 15 seconds of your video without YouTube killing it? Oh, maybe I'll put more guns in my videos.
Every single morning to 2 different type of push notifications from YouTube on my phone. It's comments from either strangers telling me what new type of terrible person I am for playing a specific hero in a video game, game, berating me
You
for
are.
it, and saying they're happy about her being banned.
If you are a fan of this current iteration of Sombra, you are a bad person and you should feel bad.
So often, or it's someone saying they can't play Sombra, but they live vicariously through me. There's a non-zero chance that me saying this in the opening interrupted someone writing the exact thing I described.
No, I just said it. It's fine. I said it. You're a bad person. You should feel bad. The Sombra Mains Reddit was a fun read during the first weeks of the ban patch. Oh, God. And now it basically doesn't exist because nobody can play the character, so they have no community. Excellent job, hero bands. Thank you for that.
If you're the first one,
We could have just fixed the hero, but instead, I guess we just won't. There's a Sombra change coming. There's a rework coming at some point. I don't know. They mentioned it about, I think, 2 months ago-ish now. It was quite a while ago. So it should be relatively soon by my Blizzard calendar, which means nothing.
what the hell, man? But this video isn't about that. It's just a symptom of a larger problem. One that Blizzard has just constantly been doubling down on recently for what I can see as no reason. And now, not even Sombra players want to play Sombra anymore. I hate to say it, but this is starting to include me. And I'm getting extremely anxious about the upcoming rework for reasons I'll point out later in the video. But first, we have to be on the same page. The main problem has always stemmed from this. People just haven't been playing Sombra entirely correctly. And I know that...
Sombra's always been a hard character to get the gameplay loop of. The main problem that people... I think the main problem is that in 5v5, you cannot have a strategist controllers type DPS because they necessarily is a bigger portion of the team and will not contribute as much to the overall murdering potential of the team. So they kind of had to make Sombra more of a DPS-y focused hero that shits out more damage and assassinates more. But the trouble is that because you've increased the amount of the character in the game, a lot more people are interacting with the sharp stuff if the Sombra is in the game, because there's one less person to kind of buffer them. So support's kind of like just got the end of the stick where they were constantly interacting with Sombra whenever Sombra is around, and therefore Sombra just feels overtly dominating every single game she's in, and people hate that shit.
sounds weird, but the hero design of Sombra has always been appealing for that exact reason. Not that there's a right or wrong, unlike Cassidy where you miss your shot or you hit it and the feedback is direct, but that Sombra has hundreds of possible actions you can tackle a single scenario with that all work good enough, with only
no, I'm gonna disagree entirely with you. I think they stripped the majority of possible actions that Sombra had. This is the fantasy, to be clear. Like, this is how I would quote the fantasy of Sombra in the previous state, right? I said on the Sombra town hall, the Sombra that I liked was a Sombra where I had to coach somebody and I had to say, okay, you have 6 different options. They're all about the same, but one of them is going to be good, right? You can go for a hack. You can try and bait resources. You can go aggressively greedy for ult charge. You can go aggressively greedy for an assassination, right? You can do all of these different things. You can do point pressure, like all of these different, like layered ideas of different things that are slightly different in the way that you'd operate. And you have to make a clear choice between them. Now, the answer is, do I bait attention or do I try to go for a kill for the most part? Or do I try and hack somebody? And that's kind of like it in terms of the texture for the most part. Most of the rest of the texture has just been lost from the game over time. The fact that hack is just an aggressive tool instead of a defensive or an augmentation tool kind of just remove that texture. But again, we can't have hack in 5v5 because hack completely destroyed the game. So that kind of had to go the way of the dodo. The fact that virus exists in general obviously leads Sombra a lot more towards assassinating type plays. The fact that Translocator is just this instant TP out instead of something you have to play around with, that basically had to speed up the gameplay loop of Sombra significantly in order to translate her into a more DPS-focused role. Yeah, Sombra has been killed because all DPS need to do heavy damage, Toast. You're entirely right.
one of them being the best. Sometimes it's hacking someone, sometimes it's dragging an Ana's attention away the moment the Reinhardt charge.
Well, it's only hacking someone if shooting them after is your objective, in which case you're trying to murder them. I'll be honest, the amount of times where the hack on someone actually is the best thing to do, just for the hack's sake and not because you're going to murder them afterwards, is almost zero. You do not catch cooldowns with Sombra. You just lock people out, apart from tanks, obviously, and that's just another example of tank hate. The hack is currently a duration where a tank can get instantly deleted if they get hacked at the wrong time, but it's not impactful enough, apart from the extra damage, on any other character on the enemy team for the most part.
Sometimes it's about baiting a Reinhardt shatter. The absolute
shut up. No, nobody at any reasonable rank baits Reinhardt shatters with Sombra. You don't stand in front of Reinhardt on purpose in order to bait a shatter. You just dodge the shatter if it's coming at you for the most part, if you end up there. Nobody's ever going to angle towards main in order to be able to bait it. That's just not a thing we're going to do. Yeah, no way.
The most important thing here is that Sombra's value as a DPS is not inherently tied to getting a kill. And I'll show you. In Overwatch 1, there were...
No, it's tied to kills or pressure through distraction. But it is tied to kills. Yeah, it's a screw off. Like, this version of Sombra is the most... And you say it's not tied to kills. Sure, there's other things you can do. But this is the most tied to kills that Sombra's kit has ever been. Right? More tied to kills. Hello, Cloud. Do you coach replay codes? I do coach replay codes. If you go to my Discord, there is a submission section. Bring it up here. We have a little 2-second outie out, tier 1 VOD submissions. Everyone gets one. If you put it there, I will do the VOD review for you. If you are from Reddit, I've messed a couple of people today. Please say.
3 main iterations of Sombra. The first version of Sombra was simple. Hack locked you out of using E, Shift, and Q. That's it. No damage boost, no visibility through walls, and no cube that did more damage on impact that then did faster damage over time when hit on a hacked target. Translocator was something you threw somewhere, and when pressing the ability again, would
surely you can get better footage than this, though. It's got to be better footage than this out there.
You to that place. It had a 15-second window before it would break, but how you used it was entirely up to you. It was not something that resembled an ender pearl, and it did not make you go invisible, because visibility was its own ability. You could use the Translocator with it, but more often this ability was used between fights as a speed boost sprint type ability. The moment a team fight broke out, it was really just about the Translocator and EMP. EMP back then did not do damage. Well, and
once a team out, no. You also had to angle for a hack and other things like that, right? Like it was hack, kill, ult charge build for EMP, distraction through being able to draw attention. Like there was a lot more things. It wasn't just, oh well, do you murder somebody or do you do EMP, right? Those are the only things to play for. What do you mean, like, once a team fight broke out, it was just those things?
Unless you had a shield or shield HP. Though I did play this version of Sombra quite a bit, I live in the Caribbean with internet speeds up to a staggering, stuttering 100th of a megabyte. Megabit? I don't know the difference. I simply played her for the love of the game and did not watch any guides or tutorials or whatnot. I did not hack health packs, and I placed translocators extremely aggressively. Later on, I found out that almost everyone places their translocator on a health pack and just goes back and forth for full matches at a time. I probably thought that that was just the lamest thing ever and kept doing what at the time was suboptimal gameplay. What I also found out—
What do you mean you did what was suboptimal gameplay? Just put your translocator really deep and never went to health packs? What?
Was that everyone hacks everyone. Always. And I mean always. You'd see an Ana throw her sleep dart and her biotic nade, each of which having cooldowns longer than hack would lock you out for, and then still proceed to hack her.
Yeah, I mean, people are really stupid. Sure,
back then still let him wall climb, Lucia would still heal and wall ride, and Pharah could still just hover. But that's just how Sombra was played. I was good enough at the game to know what I was doing.
No, it wasn't how Sombra was played. It was how Sombra was played at the very low level, to be quite honest, and that still kind of is how Sombra is played, though, isn't it? Because if people can get a free hack, they hack anyway, regardless of their intention to actually kill people, right? Like, this hasn't changed. It's just you're saying low-rank players don't know how to play the video game. And sure, Sombra is more complicated than other characters, but still.
But I didn't care, because it's not like I was going to the Overwatch League on my internet speeds. I just like the Translocator that much. So now we're 2 years later. In 2018, Sombra had her first set of major changes. Health packs no longer charged her ultimate. Hack now interrupted passive abilities like wall climb, wall ride, Pharah and Mercy's hovering, and Lucio's, everything. Her gun spread was made a little tighter, and the Translocator had a 20-second window instead of 15. What this means is that Sombra is pushed in the direction of being a duelist just a little bit more, with EMPs not being the end goal in her kit. This would mark the first, but definitely not.
I mean, EMP is not the end goal in a kit. EMP was just very core to the cycle. You say the end goal. I mean, like, yeah, sure. Like, quite a lot of the time it was played in the end goal with a Diva ferrying ult charge to health packs in order to charge her, right? That was how she had played at the high level in the competitive ranks. But realistically, there was more than enough value to get without just farming EMP.
Last instance of Blizzard choosing to exchange their utility for lethality.
Yeah, at the highest level, obviously at the highest level, but if we're talking about ladder, it's not really the end goal of a kit in a general sense. It's only the end goal once you optimize for health packs, right?
Now keep in mind, this is not inherently a bad thing. If you overshoot on it though, well, we'll get to that later. Regardless, this version was my absolute favorite. I don't even remember the popular characters at the time or what meta was dominant. I remember pouring 300 hours of Sombra in a single season on this version. This got me good, man. Everything afterwards essentially...
It was such a good patch. Like, it was so good. This was the October 2020 patch, by the way. I don't think... Actually, I think she might have gone more DPS focused before October 2020, because this was earlier.
It's just me chasing the high that this kit had. And
but this kit was the Sombra kit, in my opinion.
Alone, this was the period in time where Sombra brought in the most of its enjoyers in a community sense. Before this point, she was just the bad throw pick to stay away from, but now she found her footing. What this looked like in the game was that you'd place a Translocator on a spot where you think the fight is going to happen if you'd engage from a specific angle. One Piece's future sight hockey type B. You wouldn't go in for a specific target, but the moment you're visible, you have to make the most of your engagement. And you could do this because of how dang fast you zoomed while invisible. In a fight, you'd be omnipresent, but not very dangerous. You'd constantly be attacking from different angles over and over again because of the restrictions in her stealth and Translocator being on timers. Swapping between targets over and over again, having complete control over the people's actions that way. In a video I made years ago, I compared it to the Yellow Flash, also from Naruto. But for those who don't know, this guy invented the ninja version of what is literally just the Translocator. His little kunai have markers that let
20 filler episodes for one end of the season episode.
Him teleport between them. He himself is not that fast of a guy, but because he can teleport across the field and back constantly in a flash, every character in the show call him the fastest shinobi. But he himself is not that fast. This is where me, having played her incorrectly the entire time till that point, got lucky. I got to see how cool this version of her was the moment
It's actually a really good analogy for Sombra, despite the Naruto reference that it's laden with. The fact that you can be everywhere at once, but you're actually very slow just because you have the ability to reposition with it. Now, I think he's entirely right about this. Now you're basically everywhere because you're basically everywhere and you're so fast you can go anywhere. You're not tied to any spot. You don't really have to make choices. You just kind of like go where's good. Hey, Cloud, thank you very much. Very much appreciated, dude. That's very kind of you. I will definitely get your VOD. You know, I can do your VOD today, actually. I've got plenty of time. So, you know, I'm happy to do it after if you've got one uploaded. I see it hasn't gone on yet, but if you want to upload one, more than welcome to. Happy to get it done.
Dropped. I didn't need convincing, and I certainly did.
Where's it at? I don't know why it's broken.
Not need adjusting. Her kit's centered not around EMP.
Yeah, I don't normally do VODs on demand, but I've got time
not around
today.
Hack, but the Translocator. I mean, Hack was still 6 seconds, but you didn't have infinite time to wait for the perfect moment to hack to get maximum value. Hack was more of a vulture type ability, where if the opportunity to hack presented itself, you'd hack. It wasn't the primary thought to have in the same extent it is now.
No. It was a choice to be made that you could not make, right? Like, that's the main point. You could choose to hack, you could choose not to hack, you could choose to play for hack, you could choose to ignore hack in your kit, and it be an extra part, right? You didn't have to play off of the hack. Because it was such a powerful tool that it didn't need to be centered on the kit. That was the point, right? Been soaking your song, excellent. Cloud, if you just DM me the VOD request with the format, that would also work, since I'm just gonna do it today, to be honest.
Wasn't the reason you would position where you'd position because of the restrictions placed on Translocator and Stealth. It was about maximizing your presence and uptime in a fight. I cannot stress this enough. They had something special here. She was what we called at the time bussin'. This lasted for 5
We don't call it that.
months. That's it. The same amount of time we are currently at with how long it's been since hero bans were added to Overwatch 2 is how long this version of Sombra existed for. My favorite version. In my opinion, the best version. I do not think this version of Sombra was given enough time to be adjusted to properly say it was not a good foundation to build on top of.
Agreed entirely.
Small problem though, this was the optimal way to play. What this means is pretty much that people did not do this. Sombra had been in the game for 2 years.
Did people not do this? I don't think that's right, man. I don't think that's correct. Did people not play TPing back? I mean, people play TPing their health back still because they were stupid, but like, no, I don't think that's, like, we always had the problem of people being TPing ages away with the translocator. Yeah, that was always an issue, but like, we didn't need to do anything as a result of that. I mean, the community was just catching up over time, and they were almost there.
Now, and all everyone did that entire time was place a translocator on a health pack, went in on someone to do 100 damage for ult charge while taking 100 damage and gain some more ult charge by having a half
Yeah, sure, people are stupid. Like, you shouldn't balance around that.
heal that up. A dive didn't actually directly result in anything most of the time. Killing someone wasn't a factor, like at all. And that habit persisted. So to those who were doing this style of gameplay, to them, Sombra got nerfed. They did the same thing, just with 50% less ult charge being generated. Effectively, every 15 seconds or so, you'd have a Sombra show up, do 50 damage to one person, then teleport to the nearest health pack till they have EMP. They just do that over and over and over again. Blizzard noted that this was problematic, which leads us to the third and pretty much the final version of Sombra in Overwatch 1. The Translocator, which was previously 20 seconds, was now permanent. Stealth, which was previously 6 seconds, was now also permanent. To me, on this day, with it being not even half a year later, the 24th of July, 2018, was where we got sent down the dark timeline. I wasn't a content creator at the time, I just had this gut feeling that I, to this day, still adamantly stand by, and now that I'm a content creator, have a solid and consistent track record with my stance regarding. Sombra having her entire kit go from maximizing uptime and presence in a brawl went flipped. By design, it doubled down on people's bad habits.
It guarantees that people have the uptime regardless.
Imagine Widowmaker, but everyone that picks up Widowmaker for some reason uses the SMG way more than the sniper scope. And then Blizzard nerfing the sniper scope and buffing the SMG for it. Obviously, this isn't the best analogy, but that's kind of vaguely what happened. The idea is that Blizzard ran on the logic that, well, if the people are doing this anyway, instead of implement mechanisms to insinuate what they're doing is suboptimal. Now it became about waiting for the perfect moment, waiting for hours to hack someone and kill them type loop. If there was a chance you wouldn't live, you just wait more. Any hindrance at all meant that you just wait it out till you can do something. Maybe throw in a go on them in 3, 2, 1 now, so that you can summon a friendly Winston to help you out. Then when you get the kill, teleport back to your handy dandy translocator health back across the map, and then repeat that over and over and over and over.
If you don't have them timed, then people will put them in Narnia. That's just what happens.
Over and over again.
You have to limit it.
The further you strayed from that gameplay loop, the more often you died, and dying is, well, dying is bad. Or is it? I say this because on paper, yeah, right? But at the same time, objectively, doing more things in a single fight for a longer period of time in said fight, using more abilities in said fight, does mean you have a higher potential chance of influencing things to make it a winning fight. But
It's very simple. If you have more engagement in the fight is more engaging. That's literally it. Longer contact time, more chance of doing stuff, more activity in your kit is better. You shouldn't say, oh, people are going to Narnia, let's let people go to Narnia. It hasn't actually improved the gameplay loop in any way. It's just allowed people to lean into poor styles of gaming. It sucks, man.
Sometimes
It
you
sucks.
die. So the only thing you have to do is be good enough to pass above the minimum threshold of skill to keep yourself alive while dancing around the battlefield. But how would you do that if the kit by design is insinuating you not do that? You don't take those chances. You only have the one translocator, and the choice for which way to use it being safer is like kind of obvious. And see, that is where it went wrong. Why place a translocator around the corner where the enemy that you're chasing would walk to when instead it can be safe on a health pack far away from danger? Why use a translocator to EMP with when instead it can be safe on a health pack far away from danger? Why use it to pressure a soldier away from their positioning on high ground when instead it can be safe?
I think the important part here was that it didn't really matter that much, though, because the actual gameplay loop of Sombra when you played them properly was still the same. Right? Because Question was playing it properly, which is to be as active as possible and not put the teleport to close. I remember so much coaching from Jane back in the day of just telling people not to do this or to be active in fights and other things like that, showing it off, exemplifying exactly why it was good and what people could do extra if they actually put the TP closer. I just... The fact is, playing the game in the proper way was always better, and people would have tended towards that over time. I think the Sombra changes are better back then or now. I think that limiting the TP duration, forcing people to play it more aggressively, is pretty obvious. Like you shouldn't enable people to just AFK in stealth in the enemy team's backline, waiting for the perfect timing. You used to have a choice made so that you can actually hit the backline at the correct timing, and it should be a choice made on the prediction of what the enemy team's going to do in the next 15 seconds. It's hard, man. You think the Sombra changes are better back then or now? I think Sombra's awful now. I think Sombra's a terrible character. I think she's been pushed so far into the assassination bot style character that she's basically unrecognizable. There's no decisions to make on the character. And before, the character was basically, I don't know, defined by the decisions.
On a health pack far away from danger. You get the gist. And that's not...
Yeah, make all abilities boring and simple so they can't be screwed up. It's not an improvement. Yeah, you're entirely right, Random.
Just the translocator. Stealth being permanent means that it facilitates you literally doing nothing. You couldn't hack or shoot while invisible. In a very literal way, the more you use stealth, the less you did per game. The goal, even when stealth was on a timer, was to use it as efficiently as humanly possible.
Oh, definitely.
The less you use it, the better, but you absolutely had to use it.
Yeah, and the timer incentivized you to unstealth as often as possible in order to be able to use it. Yeah, 100%. So good. What if hack was a different, lesser debuff, like cooldown increase or ground flyer, so it's more specific uses? I think the problem there is pretty obvious. You're just undiversifying the design space of Overwatch, right? Like that's a cool thing you could create, but I like this. Why can't we make this work? Why can't we build the hero around making this work instead of just abandoning it? Oh, because we're swapping to 5v5, we have to completely change what the character does because realistically that mode is so much less permissive for weird and wacky character design. They all just have to be generalist slop. Yeah, okay, yeah.
In her kit, in giving you the opportunity to, like the yellow...
Did you see the Sombra Malga meta where you don't stealth at all? You just shoot Malga and farm EMP every fight? Excellent.
The Flash in the same fight re-entered the same engagement from a different angle without the enemy being able to know how. So, since I already know what the first question is going to be, the difference with Tracer is that Tracer stays in the fight in totality unless she entirely leaves. You never actually lose track of her in your mental bird's eye view of the fight. Sombra can, for a split moment, completely erase herself. The better you are, the more often you can pull this off in one fight. You wouldn't know which new angle she translocated to. Like, I get that I'm a complete and absolute nerd for how in-depth I'm going over this Sombra guy here, but this is really important because people keep messing with the recipe while not knowing why the food was good to begin with. So now it just became an invisible nuke. If the Sombra unstealthed, it was too late. They spent the last 30 minutes stalking you and your behavioral patterns and waiting for you to tab out to change your spot if I saw...
And then, do you know what we did? We just leaned into it, and we kept leaning, and we kept leaning until the character was terrible.
And then they went for you. And that felt BS. And honestly, that is BS. So this here is where me saying permanent invisibility is the problem came from. I know what she's like without it. So, how does Blizzard address this?
But the answer is, permanent invis is fine, right? It's fine as long as you don't lean into the assassinating style of Sombra. It's not better, but it's not going to kill the character, right? It's better to have, like, limited invisibility that you have to make a decision on how to use. It's not good on I don't know, it's so hard to me. Some with just an IQ check on the supports. It's not good to be IQ checking every single person below plat on their ability to react to something like appearing behind you in your blind spot. Controller players literally cannot turn around fast enough. Their max sense doesn't let them. It's not good, man.
Where stealth facilitates you doing nothing, they double down on the bad habit again. They let you have.
I like permanent invis as a unique design. Yes, it'll be annoying to play against. Yeah, well, you could say permanent invis is this cool out-of-the-box design space thing, right? Like, it's over here on the design space, and that's a cool thing, and we want to preserve that. But really, like, by going from 15 seconds to going to permanent, what do you really gain in terms of the game feel of Sombra? Right, what do you really gain? The only thing you really gain is the ability to exist in Narnia permanently and perfectly time yourself without choice. You're actually removing choice by increasing the amount of stuff on the character. So I'd say that why would we? Because this is a significantly worse version we're creating just through... And like, is permanent invis more interesting than pretty generous invisibility timers? Nah, not really.
Blackwell stealth now. They want you using more of it for longer periods of time because now you get to have value in the meanwhile while waiting for that perfect moment once an hour. And now because so many people are just waiting all day constantly out of habit, Sombra having a bad win rate, and I mean
it's not out of habit, it's because it's a good thing to do.
Genuinely the lowest win rate in Overwatch history throughout its lifetime. The moment they do end up doing something, they need it to be worth more. So this is what can only be described as sunk cost fallacy kicked in. They double down. Hack now became mandatory in that it had
I miss the versatility that came from deciding whether to either play translocator or kill it and recommit with a close range throw. Yeah, 100% agreed entirely. Agreed entirely there. Yeah, and I think non-permanent stealth, permanent translocator would have been fine. I think time translocator, permanent stealth would have been fine, but I don't think this kind of like mixy, permanent stealth, time translocator wouldn't have been fine because you still just use it to escape instantly. At least it would put a bit of pressure on you. You'd have to make the translocator slower. I guess that would work if it was still thrown in the way that it is in the old patch, where it's a bit slower than the current one, where it's literally, as he says, an end orb.
A damage amplifying mechanic. The entire kit pivoted to instead force the Sombra player to earn the right to be able to achieve damage output after unstealthing. You could...
The problem with having 15-second invisibility is it adds stress and makes it harder to keep track of what my plans are because it's another thing to think about. That's just for me, though. I agree. Sombra always was a character with a high skill floor. Always was. And I think that's fine, right? Like, I don't think that's too problematic in general. They a couple of times decreased her spread, increased her point damage. I think those were fine changes to make it so that low-ranked players could get value just by standing on main. I think the trouble is that, as Questron says, they incentivize people to learn a gameplay loop of putting on a health pack in Narnia.
Now from out of absolutely nowhere, after theoretically infinite amount of waiting, within a second do more damage than Point Blank Bastion with headshots. Let me tell you, this was pure insanity. Luckily, Blizzard within a week made Sombra completely unplayable. They made her entire kit be based around doing the dive out of stealth, putting all your eggs in one basket to hack someone and burst them down, and then nerf.
What if we make the kit based on the worst part of the kit?
That exact thing
okay,
they want
guys.
Sombra players to
all right,
do.
is that what we're doing? Is that what we're doing?
Historic low win rate across Overwatch 1 and 2 for 3 seasons. And that was only dethroned because Lifeweaver had a 0.2% lower win rate. In both scenarios, Sombra players get called slurs. Then, rumors of a rework were made. I was asked my opinion and I made videos. I constantly reiterated on my stream that if stealth stays permanent, that this would not be the last rework. Stealth being the center point of her kit is the one inherently flawed idea. It puts too much control and agency in the hands of Sombra.
No, it's not necessarily the stealth. It doesn't have to be the stealth. It's a stealth coupled with the assassination style gameplay that's the problem. And we can't get away from the assassination style gameplay because the other type of value someone could provide is too oppressive in 5v5 with one less player on the field. So we end up in a situation where we can't make an interesting version of Sombra simply because we've made this shit fucking format. Man, it's so bad.
Thing that happens out of nowhere with no consistent way to see coming whatsoever that actually has an impact on you will ever feel fair. So either you unstealth out of nowhere and achieve nothing because you have really weak numbers, or you achieve something and it feels BS. There is no...
And by the way, obviously, Sombra's hack should have been reduced to about 3.5 seconds at the most in the previous version, obviously. And while we're at it, Why don't we just fix the damn interaction with ball and its ball form? Why is that in the video game? Who thought this was a good idea? It's just a hard-coded problem that you can't... Everyone agrees that this should be... Why? Why? Because ball needs No! Just why does it exist?
Between. The core of her kit is about putting your eggs in one singular basket. If you don't achieve something, then odds are you just didn't wait long enough for a better opportunity to arise. This is not good gameplay, and this is definitely not the Sombra that Sombra players like me like to play. So time came to pass, as it tends to do, and the sequel to Sunk Cost Fallacy dropped. The sunkest of costs of fallacies. Not only was stealth permanent, it was self-activating after a couple of seconds, and a passive. The solution to the problem, according to Blizzard, was not to knock down the radioactive load-bearing pillar that was...
Just make them generalist slop. Don't worry, guys. It's just... Don't worry, guys. We'll just make them generalist slop, and we'll pour it into the trough, the rest of the slop, and you can eat your slop. Just consume it, pigs.
Stealth to rebuild from that, but double down on the concept that a Sombra player had to earn the right to get a kill out of nowhere without fire warning at any point. Keep in mind, this isn't even something we Sombra players want to begin with. Blizzard invited me and some other content creators, including Fitzy here, and we all said some variation of please don't do this. I'm no conspiracy theorist, but Fitzy didn't play for almost the entirety of Season 1 and 2 of Overwatch 2, and barely touched it since. I don't even blame him.
You killed the content creators by not listening to them. Then you killed the community by putting hero bans in the game. Man. But nobody's going to say it. The quiet part out loud. You can't fix it. Well, you can fix it a little bit, don't get me wrong, but you can't fix it entirely because we have one tank in the game. And the hack will always necessarily hate more on that tank because they are a bigger portion of the amount of power on the team.
Isn't Sombra. In this version of Sombra, the ability slot that used to be stealth now was home to an ability called Virus. I often joke that this ability essentially serves as a captcha you have to complete beforehand in order to be allowed to do damage. It's a little projectile you throw that at the time did 10 impact damage.
To be fair, capture you have to complete before doing damage is quite a funny description.
90 damage over time. If the target was hacked, the impact damage would be a whopping 20, and it would speed up the 90 damage over time significantly. Now, I will say something good. With it came the removal of damage boost on hacked targets. To me, this kinda cleverly reintroduced the decision. Do you either A, hack someone out of stealth, or B, Virus?
Yeah, you have a little choice there. I'm fine with the little choice, but ultimately the choice is still, do I kill this person or do I kill this person? Right? It's not really like, sure, you can choose your approach to killing them. There's a bit of texture there. There's a bit of interesting stuff there, but you are just choosing whether you kill them or not, right?
Someone out of stealth. Sacrifice the opportunity to do damage and no utility, or bacon and no bacon. Wait, no, or the inverse. Independent from everything else, I genuinely still think that conceptually, that's a cool thing to play around. What I don't like, and still to this day I consider extremely disappointing, is that Blizzard was in the mindset of how to keep stealth permanent at all costs. To such an extent that they turned the Transicator into a dang Minecraft Ender Pearl. Stealth was still permanent. The Transicator no longer had any real synergy with stealth, and the more you think about it, has no reason to be what it is. It's like the worst of both worlds for each other. With all this effort spent trying to make permanent stealth work, they...
Come on, Questron, say the quiet part. Come on, get to. We get it. I get it. But say the quiet part. If you don't say the quiet part, nothing ever changes.
Inadvertently ship of Theseus themselves from a boat into
Why did it happen?
But then people started getting better at her, and doing damage out of nowhere became the dominant option. Not doing damage was inherently a worse option because what's a hack to at the very least guaranteed ult charge and at best a free elim. But again, doing all that setup work, waiting for hours to do nothing, is inherently bad balance. It has to lead to something. Blizzard's solution, however, wasn't to break that pesky load-bearing pillar that was stealth just yet. The solution instead was just to make it harder and more tedious. Virus did less damage over time, with the exchange being that impact damage was higher. Doesn't seem like a big deal, but the difference went from 20 damage to 70 on hack targets. Where before the choice was between
they just made it so you always have to hack them
or doing damage damage with Virus, it became you needing to do both, adding more steps to all chains. You'd be in stealth.
And then you guarantee
waiting
the
out.
kill if they hit the hack and the virus. Like, that's just what it is. Nobody can react to that. You're already basically dead, even if you deflect on Genji or anything else like that. You still die to it the majority of the time, unless you pump your entire kit into it. And that just fucking sucks, man. That sucks so bad to play against. So, get on your fucking ban list.
Or hack
Get on
someone,
it.
hit them
Don't
with
ever
the virus,
get off
then
it.
shoot them for
What
a
is Sombra's ban
guaranteed kill.
percentage?
Rinse and repeat. Same formula.
You know the only reason why Sombra doesn't get banned nowadays is because the Sombra community has been so decimated by bans that none of them exist anymore, so people don't bother to ban it. That's the only reason she skips a ban. If people started playing that shit, she'd be straight back on the list.
Same button sequence.
She still
All of
sees a
this
lot, even though there's no
just to
Sombra
keep
players.
Stealth permanent. Permanent stealth that was used to spawn camp. Wait 3 minutes for a Sigma Flux to immediately have it interrupt. To wait for a
Use
Widowmaker
W from the community. It's literally saying, Blizzard, this is terrible. Like, what are you doing?
scope in after following them for 20 minutes. All the toxic traits you associate with Sombra players. All that pressure, putting so many bandit measures on every part of her kit to make sure that stealth is to be used in specifically that way, only to then, finally, put it on a timer. They reintroduced damage amplification on hacked targets on top of it too. I consider this the final step in the exchange utility for lethality mindset. Sombra is Overwatch's version of
But why can't we have utility question? Why can't we have it? Please explain to me.
Ship of Theseus. All she has is lethality now. Is this Sombra? I don't know. But now we're in the modern era. Perks. Perks conceptually, I absolutely love. I do mean that sincerely. They're great. Slight
Oh, that's an L take, man.
but because they were so new, we didn't know how they pan out. Season 18 has so many good and cool ones. Like, aside some minor number adjustments here and there and whatever, again,
Content creator take.
Genji's minor perk is, all of them really are great. Well, having said that, Sombra really got the short end of the stick here too, though. In her original batch of perks, a minor perk decreased the virus cooldown by a couple seconds if it was the reason it killed or broke anything.
So you don't
no
shoot
one
her?
picked this
Question
one.
mark?
The other minor perk is Control
Such a weird
Alt
one.
Escape, which is the
They kind
Spider-Man
of just screwed up
holding
the
back
first
train
round.
perk.
You
I
could
think
tell they were really crunched for time on the perk releases, and they had a load of things in there that weren't good for the game.
exemplifies exactly what I want her direction to be taken to. Then there's her old major perks called White Hat and Stack Overflow, which both
Oh
in
yeah,
their own-
the good old guys. We gave you support, Sombra. Stop complaining. Oh, it's really terrible. What are you on about? We gave you it already. Shut up. Shut up. What you don't want to sacrifice all of your aggressive utility in order to heal someone for 100 health? Shut up! What, you stupid? You've already had support, Sombra. Stop complaining.
we actively nerfed Sombra. It was quite common to just not pick a major perk at all. Kyurko got to teleport twice. Sombra had to pick between nerfs. And now, in Season 18, Sombra has a different minor perk, where they again double down on stealth, where you can increase stealth by hacking someone or something. And two new
I don't know. I don't know. These Sombra perks are pretty bad.
major perks. One innocent
Yeah, I think Virus actually probably is the worst ability in the game in terms of field to play against. I think it's worse than Lamp. I think it's worse than Suzu. I think it's worse than Life Grip. In terms of field to play against, I think the only reason why people don't think of it as a higher tier is simply because the other characters get played more often, right?
That's if someone that's hacked gets virus, it spreads to nearby enemies, which
Yeah.
is cool, but I mean, a kit designed to specifically dive one isolated target to get a perk.
Like, sure, I mean, but it's just the same thing, right? It's just the same thing. It's just AoE damage. It's basically ult farming at that point, right? It's cool. Don't get me wrong. It's really cool in 6v6. I like it as an option in 6v6, but
Like this?
it's still the same. It's still the same gameplay loop. It's still based around hack.
Conceptually,
Hacking them virus. Hacking them virus. Hacking them virus.
it's
That's what
just
we do.
confusing to me. The other new one lets health packs overheal Sombra to 275 HP if they're hacked, which seems
More assassination potential because you have a higher health before you have to TP out.
innocent enough, but it's just another chain in the checklist of things you have to do before you're allowed to engage. And if not, it's pushing you to be least
And it makes her engages more lethal. Remember that.
to a health pack, just like the good old days that nobody liked. Either direction is doubling down on an issue here, both stemming from stealth. Why are we so adamant on making stealth so unbelievably important?
It's so interesting that he focuses so much on stealth and so little on the added lethality. right? Like, stealth is a removable part of this kit that doesn't have to be changed in order for the character to be better, but the lethality is, I guess it's because 5v5 demands a lethality, and 5v5, like, maybe he's thinking that if the stealth was changed, you can just keep the rest of the kit, but I think it all has to go.
7 perks, and not a single one that had anything to do with the translocator whatsoever. Why? I used to entirely chalk this up to nostalgia. Maybe I was just more blissfully ignorant to the times and in the meta or something, but no. Overwatch Classic drop. Ignoring all the Doomfist players for some reason, completely ruining the mode in general, the version of Sombra was the one where she gained health back ult charge.
Oh,
but that
it
part
was,
bugged,
yeah.
so she was just absolutely terrible numbers-wise. Regardless, though, damn, the gameplay
felt
loop
good, man.
itself was right on the money.
It's so funny when Overwatch Classic is actually significantly better than a live game. Why is it Crestron? Why? Is it because 5v5 is bad? Is it because it's a 6v6 game mode, so you can have utility in the kit?
That version could be modernized while keeping that type of stealth translocator loop central. That would be genuinely the best freaking thing ever. Sombra, for most of her lifetime, has been victim to extremely volatile balanced directions. I genuinely have no idea what the developers themselves think is central.
Well, no. We'll find out what they want to do next time they completely overhaul the character, right? And then reduce, like, completely remove the reason why people play it. And then we'll wait until a new community gets formed around this new type of Sombra, right? And then we'll remove that type of Sombra, and it's just this cycle of just hemorrhaging players for the Sombra player base. You just have this kind of like we have this hole in our bucket. We just keep stabbing more holes in.
I know what I want. I know what the Sombra players in my vicinity want. I know the Sombra community right now is 100th the size it used to be.
Yeah, its Classic is dire, but that's only because it's the original Classic. He's talking about October patch Classic.
Because of the changes over time. But I truly have no gauge on what direction they want to push Sombra into next, and for who. We've gotten to the point where they've actively been working on yet another Sombra.
Sombra News live from my editor, who's currently at Gamescom, who conversed with Aaron. This is not bait. Sombra News direct from Aaron. They're definitely trying to rework her. They've had many iterations so far, but none of them have felt Sombra-like. They want this to be the complete and final rework, so they're still in the testing phases. That means it's going to be another 6 months, doesn't it? That's not good news.
Rework behind the scenes. My editors went to Gamescom and spoke to Aaron while he was there to promote Season 18's launch. And he confirmed they're working
Plural.
on
It's more than one editor. Someone get me 4 editors. I want 4.
Sombra rework, but haven't quite found out what to do exactly. Over the course of the last couple months, I've been giving feedback to the developers and private channels as in-depth as I can. This whole video started from one feedback message that I just kept adding commas to and instead turned into a script for a video. I gave feedback regarding the new Overheal perk and that I thought it was the wrong direction for Sombra and that I am concerned for Sombra's direction. That leashing Sombra in this way is again pushing her in the opposite direction further. Then not long later, Spylo held an interview with one of the developers who had this to say.
I got to play a little bit with this yesterday. I still had to be a little bit on a leash, of course, but it allowed me to do a little bit more effectively when I was using health packs effectively.
Yeah, and that's the idea of it. The decay is at a pretty intentional rate of it's like 5 seconds, I think, before it starts decaying. We don't want Sombra to just be like, I hacked a health pack in my spawn and then I'm coming out in your backline with 50 overhealth, right? Like overhealth is such a valuable thing. You know, Sombra coming out with 275 health is going to be the difference maker in that duel. So as you said, it's trying to leash Sombra players and
we consider Custo a proper dev. He's being paid like one, so
leash them to a route, and it's going to reward understanding the map, packing the right health packs.
No, I don't mind Custer. He was a smug bastard during the 6v6 stuff, though.
Moving around the map, and then...
What are you paying your editors? Do you eat peanuts?
Being able to get full utility out of this perk.
Makes sense. More of
Shit, I have to pay people. Fuck.
a dualistic perk, maybe isolated targets rather than the virus spread, which is maybe better versus a clump of targets.
Yeah.
I am concerned. I've asked for interviews. I've asked them to say anything at all. Like, I love this
Well,
character.
they're not going to do anything right now because they're developing a new Sombra. And the trouble is, if they have interviews with people, then you can... Well, I told you to do the opposite them when the new Sombra comes out, and it's inevitably something that's not that great.
Character, man. I've been trying to build my entire career
To need to be held in court for Anna's perks. We need a new Nuremberg.
around this one hero in this one video game. But I'm seriously starting to get concerned regarding her future. It's already been 5 5 months of hero bans. It's not like my hopes are sky high here. Please, Blizzard, at the very least, listen to the few Sombra players still crazy enough to stick it through.
No, don't listen to the people that are crazy enough to stick it through. They like the crap. You poured it into a sloth, and they're the ones eating it. Don't listen to them at all. Listen to the players that like the old Sombra and actually know why. Question is a bit of that, but mainly it's just eating the slop. Don't eat the slop. Just leave it, right? The generalist stuff. You don't need it. And the players that actually like this style are the degenerates of the world. They deserve to be banned.
This part of the video I tacked on after writing the end already.
I've got crossed legs for
take it as
you.
a post-credit scene. I'm not actually
great posture.
qualified to say directly what should happen, so I'm about to list out what would be my suggestion to try out. So warning, this is my opinion. I'm not a professional game designer, developer, or any of the sort. What I would want is to double down on her uptime in a fight by having stealth be on a timer at a way faster walking speed, 70-80%. Going into stealth would happen really fast, 200 milliseconds or something. But going out of stealth, either from the duration running out or self-interrupting, takes almost a full second, maybe even more, with the caveat being that Translocator always instantly de-stealths you to dissuade it from being used on health packs, while also enabling it as a smoke bomb mechanic in the middle of a fight to re-engage at a different angle in that very same fight. As a bonus, it also means that Sombra players that aren't doing it properly are punished by having the enemy team see them go into stealth after translocating sloppily as a larger punishment window of opportunity. From that point on, everything else in her kit, balance-wise, would come down to whatever can facilitate that to be allowed to exist in the game in its current state, like what was done with permanent stealth.
It still has to be an assassination-style gameplay, because if you make it so that Sombra cannot hack a Genji or a Tracer on an angle and win that duel through hacking them, Sombra is necessarily significantly worse. Like, sure, you've got the smoke bomb style thing, but you're always going to lose that duel at any medium or high rank. Therefore, Sombra needs the permanent stealth to be able to get into her angles in order to be able to do anything. And if you make it so that they have to TP in, or they have to exist on an angle, then re-engage with TP, then all you've done is make it so that, like, mid-fight you can try for an assassination, which still feels bad to people for the most part. Like, the problem is the lethality, and we can't change the lethality. Yeah, it actually is quite Psylocke-like, isn't it?
With a thumb on the scale for keeping hacks simply to just interrupt abilities and no extra bonus effects. And
there you go. Yeah. It needs to be a utility tool. It doesn't need the bonus effects. It doesn't need the bonus effects. But if it is an interesting utility tool in any way, shape, or form, it's always going to hate more on the tanks. It's just always going to happen.
no, do not make it a skill shot. It needs to be simple.
Yeah, piss off, Spylo. Stop making everything. I don't want to have to aim everything. Stop it. Stop it. Stop making my game an FPS game. I didn't sign up for an FPS game. I signed up for a game where I could play Reinhardt and left-click people.
Simple to interrupt, simple to do, with not a large amount of impact. To keep it strictly utility. Making it a skill shot means that it's hard
Yeah, but yeah, if you keep it strictly utility, all you're going to do is chain hack the Doomfist.
to do, which means that if you're good at it, it'd be hard to interrupt,
Oh,
and
man.
also means that it has to have a large amount of impact. Having said everything in this video so far, to really hammer it home, Lip quit her bluntly, publicly, and immediately after her rework. Fitzy is a variety streamer now. Ruben Sargasm is hanging out with VTubers, and Sombra Wizard just quit. All I'm left with now is people that don't play Sombra expressing vindication that Sombra players are being bullied on my own platform.
Yeah,
Anyone
damn
else
right.
is using my platform to be heard
My
about
man,
their express
good stuff.
disappointment in not being able to play Sombra.
Bully these people. They're still playing this terrible hero.
I have nobody to make videos.
Just because it's themed around a translocator, you're still playing the hero, despite the fact that the character is awful, right? This character they've made is awful, but you're still playing, you're still eating your slop, and they're never gonna do anything until you stop eating the slop.
I cannot do my job.
Keep advocating for the character, keep talking about it, but do not eat the slop.
If this next rework doesn't actually tangibly improve things for Sombra players as well as people playing against Sombra
Degenerates.
simultaneously, I am forced to quit her. I want to like her. I want to make her my
Why? Why? There's nothing in this kit left that you enjoy. You don't enjoy playing this character. I don't understand why you still keep. Is it just because she's beautiful? Is that? It's just you go like what?
Here, so no pressure, but don't mess this next rework up.
Oh god damn. Oh, I don't know if they're going to. Right. Let's get this VOD done. Hey Cloud, how's it going? Are you sure you know this person? Yeah, I think I'm okay. Bap Diamond 3. Yes. Sombra is pretty cool. She's a damn cool character. I don't get it how people can have theming carry them through an entire character, right? I don't get it. That's better. Ooh, Realth is into guys, I forget. Yep, into guys. That's what they always say about me. Realth into guys. Thorfinn, hello. Cloud, nice to meet you. My name's Realth. I am a coach / complainer about Overwatch. Thank you very much to the tier 1. I play a lot of DPS, so I just feel like my support isn't up to the same standard. So, you're Diamond 3. How many hours a week would you say you play of the video game? We're just gonna shoot you a few questions as we go through. I see Bap Anna. So Bap Anna can struggle for angular support and angular control. You have a Sombra player in your team, which is a complete degenerate. So make sure that you type in chat to insult the Sombra player before the game starts. It's depressing that you haven't banned Sombra. That would have made the game significantly better. Enemy teams on Doomfist. And Bap doesn't really have a lot of fast peel for Doomfist, apart from the stuff he doesn't want to use for the Doomfist. So that kind of sucks. They're on Echo that you can control quite a lot. Kiriko's going to be a hard duel for you. Cool. A good fight, but a lot of wide matches because my friends are lower rank. Okay. Will you accept the Sombra VOD in the future? Oh yeah, you're more than welcome to get insulted. You are absolutely fine to get insulted. If you want to get insulted, come here. Yeah, that's fine by me. So first off, I see that your Zarya wants to do stuff. You got the kill. That was really good damage, but you need to be enabling this push when this push happens. Look how scared your Zarya is walking forward. Maybe it's going to be a common thing. Yep, beautiful. That right click was really good. Nice bit of weaving there. Doing the TP doesn't matter, but they've already backed off, so that's all cool. The Doomfist just standing there. Okay. Okay. Cool. What chaos, man. You're more or less just rooting point and pushing at this point. So the problem with Ana Baptiste is pretty obvious. You're fighting each other for throughput. You're fighting each other for ult charge points. It's really difficult to be able to do anything interesting when you're fighting each other. The idea of your positioning when you're with an Ana is unironically, because they don't have a particular large amount of dive, to get as far away from her as possible. You really should be here enabling your team instead of over here babysitting the Ana. Obviously, you want to be within looking around to make sure they don't die range, but you don't want to be close to them. So this pushing, realistically, I want to see you on the Zarya within her effective range. Hopefully in a place where you can support the Sombra. See, the Sombra shouldn't have had to TP out there, right? They get this angle, that's bad for you. You need to fight for this. You need to be over here. So now we're kind of like continuing to chill out on main. You want to give your DPS well, that's 30% damage, but yeah, you can do that. You want to give your DPS the confidence to be able to push into interesting spots. That's really like Bap's job here. You're very much more having to use your duelist capabilities. Okay, so this is a pretty red flag here. Do you know what the red flag is? You, the Cassidy, and the Ana all got punched. Right? That's a big red flag there. That shouldn't be happening. See, you shouldn't be lamping yourself, right? You should never have to lamp yourself. You should lamp into a fight to murder someone the majority of the time. Use your third life bar, right? Baptiste is this horribly OP, ridiculous character that can outduel any character in the game, right? Oh no, you lamp to murder, obviously. Don't lamp yourself just because something's happened to you. If something happens to you, that's bad. If something happens to somebody else, I mean, whatever, that can happen. You should be happening to people, right? To others. Let me just go back to to where your rollout went. Go through here, having a little look at where the enemy team is. Doomfist. This is a Doomfist player, man. He's actually just straight up not hitting you. Okay, your Zarya is low. It's a fine-ish lamp, but it never was really going to save her, was it? She has no movement ability, no mobility, so she's probably dead from the start. Good shift. Jump onto high. Yep, good stuff. Okay, this is a hard window. Full right, lamp yourself in, window, guarantee the point. Yeah, guarantee the point. No, it's out of curiosity. Why didn't you window there? Sometimes I'm just doing nothing. Then go fight an angle, fight a DPS. You always win these duels, so why aren't you doing it? I feel like you might be addicted to the general mid-lane sustain slash DPS game to generate ults. But if you're gonna do this boring gameplay where you're just on main, why don't you just like why don't you use the thing that you get from that more aggressively, which is the window? Should have windowed and won this fight about 10 seconds, well 15 seconds ago. Unironically, you can actually just delete the Doomfist. You can just kill him. It's not really too scary. But he does anything. Okay, you just got murdered. Rat. Yes, it's all about the rats. This is a Realth certified acronym. Range, angle, timing. Are you at your effective range? Are you at a good angle? Are you timed at the rest of the same time that the rest of your team is doing something? You'd love to +1 somebody on an angle with this current setup. Obviously, if your other support's going off on an angle, somebody needs to be able to support the Zarya, right? But that's just you choosing a complementary angle to the Zarya, right? Somebody else being somewhere else doing something makes you doing something better. So if you're all on main, you split yourself off. If somebody else is split off, you're okay to stand on the other part because they've already made you better. Yes, Ratcliffe, I was talking about you. Everything's about you. How's this Doomfist holding so much space? It's a little bit squishy here. I mean, you don't have any effective range on anyone. Difficult to get a window here, but realistically, you could push this corner with an aggressive window around here. Like, they've dropped. They're not getting out. Oh, here we go. Unfortunately, half my team is dead. It's gonna be a little bit difficult to be able to get anything from this. So, yeah, just late. I'm going to skip because it's depressing to watch you grind it. Well, maybe you survive. This time you're doing coaching perfectly instead of mocking / bullying the poor guy. I'm so happy that I have you here to rate my coaching flute. As I say, my coaching style changes depending on what the person needs. I got an altered soldier. Yeah. See, that was really good. I was really happy to see you doing this. This is the type of stuff you need to be thinking of, right? Oh, you did so much here. All right, imagine that you don't go up here, right? Your Sombra probably dies or escapes from the fight. The soldier goes, okay, I guess I'll walk forward. And he goes, plomp, 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 and just murders Joanna for free. Like, this is really good. Sorry, I just watched it and I was like, okay, this is a normal good thing to do. And I forgot to compliment you. This is great. Keep doing more of this. What would you say if you had to coach me? I don't coach degenerates. I remember to use my shatter due to someone's bullying. Exactly, yeah. See, the mockery comes the second time that he saves the lamp for Christmas. Go. Soldiers teabagging. No, you're doing nothing. Just okay. You can continue clicking them. Waste of lamp. Ah, fuck it. Guarantee stability over other things. Okay. If you're already winning, stabilize, and then you'll win more by regenerating more resources over time than an enemy team does. Doesn't matter. If you're even, use the lamp to do something interesting. And create that advantage, right? If you're already advantaged, you can use that lamp to peel. It's absolutely fine. Or if it's just an emergency, right? But if you have to use lamp in an emergency, maybe you should have that going in your head of, Why did I have to use it in an emergency? Was there a more interesting use case of it earlier? As you get into the high ranks, what's going to happen is you're going to have to use it more to peel for ults and other stuff like that. So this is going to drop out a bit. But right now, I'll be honest, you can just WM1 people. You actually just can. Especially if you've got a DPS on your angle. So we fucked up by shooting somebody... Sorry, I'm dying there, frog in my throat. So we fucked up by shooting somebody outside our effective range doing literally nothing and had to use our lamp for it. I'm going to say that's probably a bad case. And what do we find? We find that our team has been crushed into a corner by the enemy team. Do you know what we should have done? Okay, I'm going to go back and show what you should have done. Thor, then hello. Challenge the Doomfist. Why not? If the Doomfist full commits onto you and you have to lamp it, I don't even care. We've made space on main, right? If he challenges you, what you gonna die to the Doomfist? Just don't die to the Doomfist. You've got 2 buttons that prevent that. We'll go around here, put a bit of pressure on him, clicky clicky, and then space ourselves out from him, clicky clicky, space ourselves out, and then we can see if there's an opportunity for a window there. Well, I'm gonna tank the entire Doomfist attention for like 10 seconds. I'll take that. Look at the amount of peel we got. We got Zarya bubble as well. Oh, you drained your entire team. Oh, well, that works. Shouldn't have been so expensive though. Yeah, that does work. Fair enough. Window's strong. I forget how strong window is. You could just fuck up continuously, then press window and left click people in the face. What rank is this again? This is diamond 3. Oh, sorry, I should have put it on the screen. There you go. Context has been given. Just delete this character. What absolute horseshit. What complete crap. Genuinely, does this even take skill? Like, I'm sorry. Like, come on. Come on, Blizzard. Like, does this come on. Does this take any skill whatsoever? I'm just gonna press the shift button, then immediately press the right click button and have literally 2 seconds to allocate my target and then just insta kill people with no interaction. What are we doing? Why are we doing? Why? I played Ding. I feel like my mic's peaking a lot. I don't know why. I'm not yelling any more than usual. Oh, I'm a Doomfist player. I just press shift, then right click, and I cross my fingers somebody like goes into my path. If they don't, I'll just block and get out for free. Ooh, video gaming. Okay. You just called us, maybe me, some players degenerate. Yeah, to be fair, Adelan does deserve to get insta-killed by a Doomfist with no interaction whatsoever halfway across the map around a corner. Because they play Sombra. So that's fine, I guess. Degenerates does not get censored for me. I think that might be a you thing. Filthy, frothing degenerates. Nice hack. Excellent stuff. Right. Okay, this is last fight. We're at 91%. What are we going to do? And by the way, just bring this into your mind. If we are at low ult charge, we must go and do things. If we are high ult charge, we should properly generate and use our ultimate. I know this is high level, really big brain thinking, but right now, what you're going to do is you're going to be incredibly greedy for points. Because over at 91%, if we can use this ult as soon as possible, we have a higher chance of winning the game. So I want to see you greedy for numbers. I don't care about angles, I care about numbers. Oh, we're going to stand in the middle of nowhere. Do you know what? You baited out some damage on the enemy team so you could get your ultimate. Good job. That's fine. Unfortunately, you kind of need your shift in order to use the ult. Oh! sorry. Where's Zarya? She's all the way around the corner. Yeah, you could have just kind of like walked into this. It's very awkward, to be honest. They're all outside your effective range, and yeah, I understand why you didn't ult him. Zarya just comes back because Doomfist is just solely killing your entire team. Oh, use it! Use it, Animate! Oh my god! You wait until he's got visor on. You know what I always say? It's important to be the second person to do something, because then you can do things after half your team are dead. That's a Realth quote. It's very important to make sure that you are late to every party. It's okay because Doom's held in check by CC, which is now illegal. Yes, we cannot have CC. In fact, Doomfist will be given a parry. The slop will continue until ratings improve. I like this angle. I want you to push it and deepen it over time. But you're good. I'm happy here. I think I'd rather you be pushing in here with the soldier. But left side was a good gambit to be able to take angle off them, and it's got good like movement in the future. What I wouldn't like to see is you just walking into main for no real reason for it. It sucks because Anna's here. She kind of demanded you to be here. Whatever. Doom eating up the Zarya grab is so disgusting to look at. Beautiful stuff. Okay, so I rate you a 4 for ult usage, okay? A 4 for ult usage. I rate you a 5 for pushing angles with your DPS and +1ing them when you have the capability of doing so. Obviously, if you can't, you can't, but you should do it when you can. Aside from that, like, there's no real chances to use shift for high ground jump. Your lamp usage is mostly based on you being passive and things happening to you rather than the other way round. Yeah. I think you should be fine off that. Anything else? Any questions? Abba gets more HPS on directs than Anna now? No, they don't. Surely not. Surely not. No way. No way. No way. Just be more like. Yes. Just be more like. I don't know the word. Become angle slop. Okay? It's what Overwatch is. Become the angle slop. Obviously, don't do it exclusively. Play for the ult if you're close to the ult, but find your jewels. Use those incredibly high nested resources if you don't have pressure on you, and then just murder people because you can. It's just free. It's free real estate. Obviously, don't commit with lamp unless the person can't escape from the fight, but you know. It's free. Dobby is free. Dobby is free, yeah. Thanks for the review. Probably come back for a paid one for DPS. Excellent. Thank you very much. Very much appreciated, dude. All my rates are at the top of Discord. If you need any help, you're welcome to DM me about any individual cases. As long as something does not take more than 5 minutes of my time, you're welcome to DM me. That's my my idea in life. Posture check. Okay, you know what? You caught me. I did not have crossed legs that time. Fair enough. Hold my hands up. I know what I want to do next. I want to do this one, which is quite funny. So this is Overwatch University. Statistically impossible string of games, or am I just washed? Please help. I'm losing my mind. The last 2 games, I was so out of it. I just can't even. He can even, guys. I dropped from GM5 top 300 to damn low Master 2 in the course of an hour. I made Farah on console against these zimming losers and still roll them. Best game was probably on Iconvol, but we had a lever. The Kings Row game, we were winning till I made a comment to my hats to stop walking forward while there's a tracer and a whole team. I'm just uninstalling this game. There's no way I'm this bad to lose 8 games in a row. So he's got a game. Forced loss but reversal. Don't remember this game. Forced loss expected. Iconvol got flamed by everyone in the lobby, even though I felt I was doing a good job. That's probably a good one to look at. Ilios, I played great, but we rolled. Kings Row, I was doing a great, we were winning. Last fight, Tank decided to wall me off. When I need to go into Barrage, this is when my mental totally crashed. Just straight rolled, not even close. Only game I just played bad. My mental is so gone, I was just ready to leave. Okay, so we probably shouldn't do that 8th loss in a row, right? Because they're going to be a bit tilted by that. I lost 5 games in a row due to Zimmer, so I get him. Well, you probably had a Zimmer on your team as well, to be fair. It is a console player. So yeah, so subtract about 2 divisions from him. I think we should go for the Iconvol game. I think we should go for the Iconvol game where he got flamed by everyone in the lobby, because I think that's really funny. Go away, bot. Hello, Greed. I started winning it in ranked when I started screaming, "Get down, Marine," as I pinned back into my team from the enemy spawn door to do a Rhine cinematic trader shield slide. Excellent. Nice to see you. How's life? I've noticed that you had a meltdown. Well, you had a comment on the Twitters. It wasn't a meltdown. It was a comment. I don't know why I said meltdown. It's close enough. People want me to react TM to it. Somebody please explain to me what the thought process behind these. AoE burst healing, hit scan supremacy, poke tanks with shields, sustain abilities, denial abilities, free value, season 9, no balance change. Let Greed get his views in first before watching it, maybe? Guys, what, you think this is a debate floor? This is a public lynching. This is a debate floor. What are you on about? Very good. How are you? Also agree with that tweet because I still don't get it. Yeah. Not the Twitter Greed's new video? Is he videoed on this? Am I blind? How I reworked Roadhog into perfection. I got really angry in this video. No. Greed's content is trash. We're not gonna do any of that. AoE burst healing. Okay, so it's a difficult one, right? I do feel like Suzu should have more of a skill demand in order to actually like use it. But realistically, the AoE component of it isn't that bad. It's actually probably one of the more healthy parts of the Suzu in general. The fact that it's AoE and you must use it in a reaction to something, and you can get more of it by using it for better purposes, right? It causes it to lean less towards peeling individual people, which I think is the worst part about Suzu, right? I don't think making it single target would make it better. I definitely think like Lamp has its real big problems, but for the most part, we knew how to fix Lamp, which had to reduce its health to the point where it's actually killable, make it targetable by things like Dragon and other stuff like that to actually like remove it. I don't think AoE burst healing is actually that bad. I don't think BAP shift and things are that bad. They need to be like knocked on the head in a reasonable way, but they're not terrible. Hit scan supremacy. The simple fact, Greed, you're gonna have to understand it. People like one-dimensional Overwatch. People don't like Genji. That's the truth, dude. I can understand there being a place for all of these things. However, it just seems like it becoming more normalized instead of being specific certain heroes because they're designed to operate that way. Yeah, that's fair enough. I think quite a few of these have been introduced, but I feel that's quite a big, diverse roster. I think the things like the wave are problematic because they're too intense and they need to be brought back down and reduce cooldown so they can be used aggressively. But realistically, I don't think it's a bigger problem in the game. But that's the problem, Realth. Overwatch is not the one-dimensional game. Yes, it is not the one-dimensional game. However, it is good to have
avenues for people to play in a one-dimensional way, because that for the most part is what people like in Overwatch. And when everything became more and more chaotic, basically what we needed to do was make it so that dive couldn't run over teams. If dive becomes the default best playstyle, or dive characters become by default better, we have real big problems in the video game. Because people just actually don't like playing into dive. Dive is very steamrolly. And if we do not have enough stability so that dive cannot take fights through opportunistic means or in big bursts, then the game becomes real boring for the majority of people. What if Sombra was just Purple Tracer? Excellent, Rand. Thank you for your contribution. So, like, yeah, I feel like it's more or less fine, right? It's more or less fine. I don't think hit scan's OP. I think hit scan's fine. I think you're being a Genji main there. That's a Genji main TM take. Poke tanks with shields. Okay, so there's no reason why poke tanks can't exist without shields. There's no reason, I think. There's plenty of other resources that poke tanks can give to other players in order to allow them to poke. For instance, Harmony Orb is a poke tank ability, right? It's a poke-oriented DPS supporting ability that does not necessarily need to have a shield. So you can have poke tanks without shields. I think the answer is Blizzard just aren't very good at design in general, and they didn't really know what DPS characters want in general. And I think the other factor is Season 9's kind of like made poke characters so much more bursty that realistically gradual support like they have isn't really something that cuts the mustard nowadays, because they're going to be chipped out anyway. If I didn't have hit scan, how would I make my voltaic A montage? Excellent, Megabomb. Yes, but when the one-dimensional way is the meta/best way to, so I'll put that back on, to play the game as well, you're gatekeeping everything the game has to behind a throwing wall. I don't think that's reasonable. I think the game should have a reasonable amount of stability, and it's fine for there to be a high skill floor for certain characters like Genji. I don't really have a problem with that. As long as they scale well at the high ranks, I'm fine with it. Don't get me wrong, I think the Genji gameplay loop is very boring right now, but realistically we can improve it. If I don't play a hero that uses brain, I've been using my brain since I was 4. Okay. So sustainabilities, I mean, sure, taken as red. Denial ability, sure, taken as red. I think that's all tapped into the AoE burst heal conversation. Free value, I don't give a shit. I really do not care about your free value arguments. I am fine with Juno missiles. I am fine with abilities being easy to use. It's when they're badly balanced there's an issue. I don't really have a problem with free value in general. Free value is just like the free value is the texture to the video game that makes it not Quake Arena in my mind. Season 9 changes taken as read. We all hate those. That's because Blizzard got a big uptick on Season 9 and nobody's smart enough to argue against it. Or maybe Season 9 is the new 6v6. Have you ever thought about that? That no content creators touch Season 9 because they don't want to talk about Season 9? Don't catch the NDA, guys, discussing this, do you? Necessarily. In fact, spoiler seems to shut me down when I talk about it or misunderstand me. Anyway, no balance changes for 6v6. Taken as red, they don't care about the mode, they only did it for the sake of it. 5v5, taken as red, perks, yeah. It's difficult. You do need keys to jingle at the kids. You do need them. I just think that Blizzard have gone... No, I just think they need to do it appropriately and properly for the most part. Find it insanely boring when the better tank options involve shoot your gun, shield main, press sustain button one shot. Same reason I don't like Hazard. Yeah, I agree entirely. I think the problem is if denial or sustain or free value becomes too prevalent or strong. Exactly, yeah. These things all need to exist in proportion. And they've just been bad at doing that for the most part. Anyway, so that's the greed slop. Anyway, we were talking about this guy. I'm losing my mind. I'm not tilting, I promise. Everything's fine. So this is... So what is this guy? This guy is a... This is the previous top 500 tilter. Okay, right. This guy. And me, Farah, on console against these zimming losers, and I still roll them. Okay, you sound like you're 12, Jurassic. That's my first comment. Let's have a look. See. This don't patch the camera locks and classic. Yeah, I saw your tweet. I saw your exo. Why does it keep playing the intro sounds? Oh, it didn't have it off. I thought I had it off. Anyway, Jurassic, let's see what you got. Let's see if you're just tilt queuing out of your damn ass. Make text purple? No, we're having pure white text to blind you, right? Okay, so for a start, somebody hasn't locked in. It's not a positive component. Whoa, that was a wide peak. God, you're bad. Okay, well, that was a bad start. Let's go. See, Flute, the way that we coach this person is what we do is we insult them so that they know it's their problem, right? Because the problem with this person appears to be the fact that they believe that their losses aren't their problem. So this VOD, just so you're okay, Flute, and you know, this VOD will be more insulting than educational. Is that okay? I need to get permission from the coach review before I start doing stuff. So there, you just kind of just walked into the middle of nowhere. You literally just walked into the middle of nowhere and got shot by people. There's nothing to really comment on here. I mean, it is what it is. Hog moment. No, genuinely, yeah, that was a hog moment. Okay. Is anyone else on your team currently doing anything? Right? Are they doing anything at all? Who is this? I will. This is statistically impossible string of games, or am I just washed? Previously top 500. Okay, so you are 1 health. You should be dead. You fed 3 times in a row for 0 reason. Okay, this was a reasonable gambit to get Cassidy off the roof, and you more or less LOS the low ground. I'm not going to complain as much about this, and your team's closer to being able to be engaging. Okay, closer, not there, but closer. 3 peaks fine. So I just hit the mic. Okay, we're gonna go for an assassination. Oh, my team did nothing. Why did your team do nothing? To be fair, no clue. Your team probably should have pressed some sort of button, especially your Doomfist. Where's the nade? The nade's been used to peel. What's the Doomfist cooldown? So Doomfist has already gone in. Okay, you know what? That was an okay gambit. That was an okay-ish gambit. It wasn't the worst in the world. Okay, we spam him. Okay, no real problem here. You just tried to take an angle and they spammed you out. That's a very wide peak there. Gotta be careful. Going for a duel. Duel with 2 ammo is very scary though. Like, realistically, you need 3 to be able to push yourself into there. Conkin, be able to chase. I'm gonna chase it. Okay. Kind of screwed up that fight, but whatever. Conkin on Mercy, no problem. Hit him! Hit the Mercy! She got out! This Mercy got out! No, in no world does this Mercy get out. Look at it! She's just standing there doing nothing! So how does she get out? Oh no! Do we need to be that close? Yeah, no, we don't need to be that close to the gas, but whatever. And now you had to use your ult because of it. I swear to God, if they cap back this point, it's gonna be so funny to me. Good rocket jumps to get out. Okay, we're good. We're good. You didn't completely screw it. Good punch. Yeah, Brit did used to be orange. That's upsetting. Brit, can you change your color back, please? I hate when people change their color. Don't you know that the only way that I relate to people is by their color? Good boop. Might as well play Reaper at this point. Well, really, Farah's just a little bit of a Reaper with more access, isn't she? Shoot him! Stop shooting around him! Okay, probably shouldn't have re-engaged back into the high noon when it had already charged on you. Probably a mistake. Pugs so insanely fair. Don't ask me. Definitely a Blizzard moment. One sec. Get that off. Good directs. You can kind of see why they're a high-ranked player. We can change our colors? No, you can't change your color. You're a bad person if you want to change your color. The Doofus is just in melee range and he's just waiting. Yep. I mostly should have kept her pissed about. She probably could have just killed you. Oh, thank God. Red's back to his normal color. What's that, her? What's your favorite color? Purple. Hence why everything on my my thing is purple. My branding is purple. I don't know what that conk was going to do, but whatever. Okay. We took an angle. Fair enough. Our team wasn't really doing much anyway, but this is good. Good start. Note about the shield. Is your team doing anything? If no, remember that you're baiting resources here. Play very conservative. Don't go into them. Do not fight them. Okay, good. Yes, you backed off. That's good. Put on a bit of pressure. take the pressure off your team. A reasonable gambit. Now, the follow-up question is there any reason to do this? I mean, these two are on an angle, so that's okay, actually. The Hog's not doing anything, and the Mercy's capable of doing something. I will say that if you've got a Mercy on your team, you really should be doing it from here, so that you're above for the res. If you look at this, right, your soul's going to drop there, and you're kind of fucked. So, you 100% thought his Hog was still pushing? Yeah. I knew you got hooked in anyway, but you should have been doing it from over the bit. Yeah, it's definitely a lack of looking at his Hog's positioning to see if they were still pushing, isn't it? Where's the Ana? Good. Where's the player that's going to do something on the team instead of the other one? You got a boop kill. Okay. No complaints. Oh, you're at 20 health. I probably wouldn't conk myself into their team on 20 health, but you know, each their own. You certainly can make choices in this video game. Yeah, you certainly can make choices. That is something you could do. You could conk yourself in there. Was the car contested? Maybe you did need to contest. Maybe I'm being overly mean. 5 seconds? No mercies in fact. There's no reason to go in here. What could go wrong? Not like they have a back window. I don't know, man. It's gonna be fine. It's a good thing Mercy rezzed a player that was going to do something. Yeah, he shifted up outside of the natural cover of the car, yeah. As I say, certainly a choice you could make if you were that inclined to do that. Pretty good control of positioning so far. You could have just got disintegrated by going for that Sombra there. Yeah, this is console. You could have just got killed. Why did you do that? And this is probably one of the more less obvious things. You might be like, oh well, it's fine, it didn't happen. But like, this is one of those where I'm like, okay, right there. Just gonna walk into them. Like, you had no read on where the enemy team was. You could have just got railed. You just walk in. Wow, sure, 30% of the time I won't die. Very weird. I love the fighting for the Sombra angle. This is good. You're at 50. You're at 60%. I just want to see you spamming. I don't want to see anything else. I don't want to see any cheeky assassinations. Just want to see shooting down main, doing the damage, getting the kills. Oh, he's going in for some reason. Very aggressively. Okay, we're just gonna hide. Oh, it's almost like they can just actually kill you. Was there a reason to gamble here? I mean, we're all alive. I mean, yeah, we're all alive. Why did we just gamble on random chaos? Did you post on Reddit after the VOD? No, I posted on Reddit before the VOD. Can we get a check on if the enemy hit scans are Zimmy or not? Yeah, that's probably a good thing to do. I mean, their movement right now definitely looks like a controller, right? Big movements. Looks like flicks. Yeah, the stationary crosshair. That guy's not zimming. That's fine as well. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Okay. Sojan's 100% controller. Yeah. And somebody left on your team, but I don't know, dude. Like you can't feed for like 3 lives in a row and then be like, oh, I don't know what's happening. How am I supposed to win these games? Yeah, this is pure copium, and you shouldn't feel bad, but you should feel something about that, right? Well, this isn't actually a top 500 lobby, to be clear. This is a Masters 2 lobby because they had dropped so ridiculously low from their GM5. Top 500 there. Just uninstalling the game, there's no way I'm this bad to lose 8 games in a row. Well, you're certainly doing something wrong. I mean, hey, what is? Oh, God. The wise words of Hisang. You think I never lose 10 in a row? You think Lip never lose 10 in a row? Everyone lose 10 in a row sometimes, but you have to try and win the 11th game. No. You just stop playing for the day, guys. If you lose 10 in a row, that is statistically unlikely, okay? Wow, that's a very big calculator. What's 2 to 10? 1 in 1,000? So out of 1,000 times 10 games, because you're doing 10, so you should get a streak of 10 losses every 10,000 games you play. To be fair, he's saying that's a reasonable one there. Anyway, yeah, that's certainly a VOD. Do you want to listen to Do you want to listen to Samito? Glazing Overwatch. He's come back. The Glaze Master is here. Yep. Oh, it's happening somewhere often. Obviously, these things happen all the time. But the question is to whether that is just statistical uncertainty or whether that is you feeding your ass off because you're an idiot and should just quit for the day. I'm going to say 9 out of 10 times it's going to be you being an idiot. Like, that's what it's going to be. It's just what it is. Sam likes perks. The woke mind virus caught up to him. Pour one out. Oh, poor guy. He's been yeah, the liberals got to him. Let's get this text off the screen. I can't believe Sam made a bloody Glaze video for Overwatch. Oh, maybe we're cooked. Okay. Overwatch 2, a comeback story, full analysis. I'm gonna guess that this is just a rant, but maybe his editors worked overtime. Let's see.
Overwatch 2, in recent years, a game title that the general public and casual audience look on with extreme disdain, to the point where it was the most negatively reviewed game on Steam.
What are we at? We're 1.5? 1.25, 1.5. What do you think, guys? 1.25? We'll start on
Ever
1.25.
after failing to deliver its promise of PvE, of what stopped Overwatch 1 from being developed in 2020, 2021, a Game of the Year winning title, the first shooter to do it and the last shooter to do it in the last decade. It was something that was beloved, and people viewed Overwatch 2 as the thing that took away from a once brilliant game. But do things today in 2025, September of 2025, actually stand in the same place as they did for the last couple years, dating back to 2023, when the announcement came that PvE was canceled and the whole premise, the whole point of Overwatch 2 ceased to exist? We're now in a timeline where we are 9 months out, or 9 months past Marvel Rivals release, the first hero shooter that ever was able to successfully take the crown from Overwatch in its 10
I mean,
years.
it's really the first one that's existed, though, right? Like, it's not like many people have tried. It's not like there's been all this competition and then Rivals comes along. It's been like, there's been some really shit games that have been in the same genre, but nothing really else. Let's just fix his video for him. Right, so that's... if we go to... One sec. We got that. That's displayed. So that's there. And then if we just do a crop on this. 1 second, I'm cooking. Let me just... There you go. Right. There you go. There you go. In its full glory of higher resolution. There we go. Maybe I should cut that side. Beautiful. So much better. Or do you want him at his original size, right? Right.
Domination of the arena hero shooter space. And you could say, well, games like Valorant came out, games like Apex Legends came out, but they weren't formatted in the same way that Overwatch was. They weren't true arena shooters that stemmed from the likes of games of TF2 and so on and so forth. Has Overwatch actually turned a corner and redeemed itself as Overwatch 2?
As Overwatch 2, I mean, like, you're never going to be able to redeem yourself as a sequel, but I think the things they have done have justified a release, kind of. Right, kind of? Yeah, describing it as an arena shooter as well, like, yeah, I feel like the texture that healing and resources and tanking brings to the game makes it very distinct from an arena shooter.
I'm here today to tell you, I actually think in the last 9 months or so, it actually has. I'm going to go into detail and do a full analysis on the big changes that Overwatch 2 has gone through, and we're going to talk about where the game can go next. Overwatch 2 is going to be one heck of a redemption story if they keep doing what they're doing. Let's break it down. Let's start out with the obvious here. Perks. The Perks update, guys, really did innovate what Overwatch PvP is. It actually lives up to the title of a sequel, and they clearly...
Regardless of my opinions on Perks, right? Regardless of my opinions on Perks, I think that it has justified some level of the Overwatch 2 branding, right? It justifies some level there. As to whether they're totally good for the game, I don't think they're really... For the most part, they're neither here nor there. If they're done right, they're just the characters, right? Like, they're just addition to the characters kit that makes sense and fit with the characters and adapt the characters in interesting ways. But realistically, there's always going to be outliers that are bad, for a start. And in addition to that, there's always going to be problems created by them because the kits in Overwatch are made to be very finely honed on certain directions. And when you move away from that direction even a little bit, what it does is it reduces the quality of interaction between heroes in the video game. So there's always going to be negatives to perks, and that is also layered onto the other side of it, where perks are problematic because they massively, and I say massively, increase the onboarding in the game to be able to just exist within Overwatch. If you are a new player, you get into this video game, right? I'm just gonna just going to upside myself a little bit. If you're a new player and you get into this video game, you have a massive onboarding hurdle just to be able to play the damn game. It's really difficult. And all Pugs do realistically is add an extra layer to this. They just add more stuff to learn. And I really don't think that's healthy. Like, I don't think it's good to have more stuff. Like, this game does not need more stuff. It needs refining, honing, guides. It needs an introduction. It doesn't need halfway through the game for you to get killed out of nowhere by asinine bullshit that you didn't even know existed. Like, it doesn't need that. It's so hard to just exist in Overwatch. It's so hard.
We were able to take parts of the abandoned PvE and implement it into PvP. And I know a lot of people are going to sit here and say, oh, well, they just copied Marvel Rivals with their team-ups, but they gave it to individual characters. But that's not really true, because Overwatch was clearly testing this kind of progression style with the Junkenstein event in 2024, where people really received it well and enjoyed upgrading their kits as the game progressed. Clearly,
I don't remember people actually enjoying that Junkenstein thing that much. I don't, nah.
It was in development for a long time, and you can say...
Yeah, team-ups are bad, man. They just copied Apex. I don't know what Apex has, but yeah, people have said that before to me.
That the type of things that perks originally were conceptualized as were PvE skills, where they were developing these back when they were developing Overwatch 2 to begin with.
Yeah, but they were developing it for the PvE mode, right? They were developing it for the PvE mode. Do you know why? Because the PvE mode necessarily lets you exist within the video game in an easier way than the PvP mode. So increasing the onboarding to the PvP is really problematic, but doing these things in PvE doesn't matter.
The perks update was easily the greatest update Overwatch ever had.
Piss off.
New playstyles and ways to play your favorite characters.
Actually, given the track record of the updaters, have there been better updates? October 2020, the October patch, I guess, is better. To be frank, the actual PvE they released was garbage. Yeah, I always said when they were producing PvE, I can never imagine a world in which the Overwatch PvE will be more interesting than Left 4 Dead 2 co-op mode. I can never imagine that world. Left 4 Dead 2 sound like in all ways is always going to be more interesting to me.
Giving them unique new abilities that can be intermittently changed whenever they want, like the previous season where they came in and changed a lot of these perks. Things like Echo getting 50% of her copy when she starts to duplicate, allowing for faster playmaking with Echo copy, or, for example, additional sticky bombs as the major perk in the game progresses. So many different characters got perks that completely allowed them to change how their kit was played in the choice and hands of the player. Ana getting an additional bounce out of the Bionade, letting it double hit, speed boost when she nanos. These are all essential tools in the game that allow you to adapt and play your heroes.
No, they're not essential tools. They are absolutely okay-ish in some scenarios, but for the most part, they're horribly like corrosive to the game in like a general sense. Like getting an nano boosting somebody at 40% movement speed into you, that sucks, man. That actually sucks. That's not very fun. It's not interactive, because when you bring these characters and these honed kits into a different space, what you do is you just remove the interaction. Yeah. Didn't we remove the speed boost from Ana Nano for a reason? Didn't we remove May Freeze for a reason? Didn't we remove all of these things because they weren't good for the video game in the first place? Why is it okay to put them back if you just lock them behind 2/3 of the video game? Right? And if the perks are meant to adapt you into a more interesting playstyle or more wide playstyle, then why are we locking it behind 2/3 of the video game? Like, come on. Like, come on. May Freeze is good. You take that back? Well, that's fine. Put it back into the video game if it was good. Make a decision. Don't fence it and just say, well, you can have it for like maybe like one round and that round be significantly worse to play. It's exactly the same as Stadium, right? Stadium, in my mind, gets worse the more rounds you have, because there becomes so much less interactions between heroes. They just become slop the more rounds go on. And at the start, you know, first round of Stadium with a little bit of armor and stuff like that, that's actually quite fun to me. But the more you adapt it, the worse it gets, because the characters are purposely balanced. The whole point is to balance them so they have the most amount of interesting interaction between each other.
you love in a whole new way. This was something that was not possible in the game before, where it was just the abilities and balance patches and whatever it might be. This literally reinvented the way that
Yes, I had a 5-minute round of Stadium with 3 blizzards. It was so bad, man. It was so bad.
could play your character. Even heroes like Bastion getting their self-heal back let him play a different style of play closer to the original Bastion from Overwatch 1.
The self-heal was a thing that held the kit together in Overwatch 1. That was the point. He had a big model and he needed the self-heal to be able to actually take space and exist in that space without demanding a disproportionate amount of support for him. And then you removed it for no reason. And now you're giving it back in a perk and it just needs to be in the kit. Why does he have a grenade? It makes no sense. It's so bad, man. Like, sure, maybe the moving turret is an upgrade, but everything else they did to him is significantly worse. And you're like, oh, they made him better by putting the thing that should have been in the kit from the first place back into the kit. Yay! You're reverting stuff 2/3 of the way into a match so I can play the actual gameplay loop I want to play.
Which I actually think, you know, with the tank form configuration, stuff like that, I thought that was a better look and feel and play for Bastion, but they're able to bring stuff like that back with perks and change
They can just make the characters. They can just put it in the kit. They can just do it. They don't need a perk to do this.
At will, adding a whole new layer of depth to the core game that many people still actually enjoyed. In terms, a lot of people just said, we didn't want PvE, we're happy.
No, they only need this depth because they only have 5 heroes and all the character interactions have been significantly reduced for no reason in particular. They've reduced the amount the characters can do to each other within a team. That was the whole depth of the game in the first place, and now we need perks to either replicate a semblance of the depth that we had before. Now,
the PvP is being updated. This is what made Overwatch a successful game. We didn't actually need it. So for them to be able to incorporate this in that way was the best update they ever did. And man, did it come at a time where they needed it the most. Marvel Rivals was hot off its release. Red hot. And if they did not have an interesting update with real competition in the industry for the first time in its entire life, no Lawbreakers, no Concord, this game actually successfully copied, ironically, the Overwatch 1 formula to a T, and it was a massive success for that exact reason.
It didn't copy the Overwatch 1 formula in any way, shape, or form. Yeah, Marvel Rivals is slop to the sloppiest degree.
So if Overwatch did not come out with this super interesting and fun, innovative update to the game, it could have been in serious...
And I think I do agree with Sam here. The perks were necessary as a jingle of the keys and a thing to show that the developers are still in it. And I am happy on the whole that perks exist or existed. I don't think they are better for the game. I think that the fact that it seems to be a direction they can never step back from now is going to be horribly corrosive to the game over time, especially in the way that people onboard into the game. But I do still feel like it was necessary to keep a little bit of public perception back into the game, right? Perks should have been a global ability rework. Yes, I do think that's reasonable. I also do think that there's certain things about the perks. For instance, there's no reason why you couldn't select both your perks at the start of the game, so you don't have to do it in the middle of a fight. There's no reason. Just let you select the perks that you want at the start, and then you can reselect them if you want to at any point. Like, why can't we just do that? It just seems normal. And also, I think that perks could be massively improved if we, instead of having the perk system, we had an adaptation system similar to the course that we made for our mode, which was where you could press a button in spawn to change your character into a visually distinct, different version of the hero. So it wasn't necessarily more onboarding because you had a visual indicator. In my opinion, all of the perks should have a visual indicator of some sort that matter in terms of the interaction they have with enemies. If they don't have a visual indicator, I consider it to be pretty bad. The trouble is, people on board into the game aren't the ones that talk about it. They just get into the game and they're like, oh, this is confusing. I don't feel great here. And then they leave the game. That's what happens. The only people you hear from are the people that have already onboarded.
Trouble, but they rose to the occasion for the first time in many years and came out with the best holistic update the game had ever seen. Perks were a massive 10 out of 10 home run grand slam success, and they've made the game way more dynamic and way more interesting for anyone who's actually sat down and attempted to play it.
No, I just disagree entirely. I don't think they've made the game more interesting in any way, shape, or form. I think that I am frustrated by Perks' existence in general and by the locking of good stuff behind Perks. I've heard loads of people leaving because of Perks. You do tend to run in those type of circles, though, Red. But yeah, I think people have in equal parts left and come into the game, right?
One of the biggest complaints about Overwatch 2 was people losing their borders or the visuals of the game looking significantly worse, clearly as if the game was only in development for a year or so, which a developer actually came out and admitted was true, that they only really got to work on the PvP for Overwatch 2 for a year or a year and a half.
Yeah, they got into the PvP on Overwatch 2 when somebody turned up, was like, what are you guys doing over here? You've been working for like 3 years. When's this PvE mode coming? And they were like, shuffles papers, right? We got some stuff to show you. And they were like, you don't have anything, do you? Right? The board members are coming down later. If you don't have anything to show you, it's done. And they were like, oh no. And then the board members came down and they were like, what the fuck have you been doing for 3 years? COVID? You're like, you are the #1 advertisement for working home not being valid. Can you just make the video game? And they were like, oh shit. And they had to rush to get this out within like a year. It's crazy, man. It's so stupid.
And that really showed. You had many years of progress on Overwatch 1's UI and how things looked in game, but that progress clearly was not there with Overwatch 2 on launch.
Yes, they had to redo all of their work. All of it. Either it didn't translate into the new engine, or it just was deleted somewhere along the way and they couldn't get it back. But they had to manually recreate quite a lot of the stuff. And I do have a lot of sympathy for the devs. It's not their fault. They had poor leadership that couldn't create a PvE game and didn't keep the game in a state where it could technically be launched as a PvP game while they were creating the PvE stuff, right? It's a shame they dismantled so much to build it back up and then couldn't build it.
Added all kinds of new things into the game.
Can't really just copy paste into a new engine. Yes, of course, but the systems seem to need to be completely remade. Like the rank system, I'm pretty sure got completely overhauled for it. But you should be able to just pretty much copy and paste the way that these things work.
That are actually better than what they were in Overwatch 1. The new hero ascension system is borders and different things by character. It has way more depth. It's not just a general thing. You can have these borders and unique things based on your character level, which allows for way more specific grinding in the game that has way more long-form benefits.
Oh, yeah. Grinding. Exactly what I want. Yeah, I think this is generically good. I like this stuff. It's great that they have something to aim for people that put hundreds of hours into the game.
Many players who just played the game for a long time in Overwatch.
Haven't looked at this screen since it was released. Yeah, the thing is, I don't care about skins because they gave me like 100 loot boxes for free, and they gave me all the skins I could ever want and all the coins I could ever want. I played the game to a point where I am post-caring about any of this stuff. So yeah.
One hit the max diamond border and there wasn't anything left to do. But every time they add new heroes, it lets them scale this functionality indefinitely with new content, always giving longtime players something to grind out. On top of that, they finally recently added...
And I do think it's positive. I do. I'm not downplaying this, but this doesn't change my experience of the video game in really any meaningful way. It is very good for the game, though.
Back into the game, the ability to see your teammates' most played characters based...
Yep, that's a good change. This was a change specifically to prevent toxicity for people being Mercy mains and stuff like that. But this has come back into the game, and I haven't seen any toxicity for it. Has anyone else seen anyone being, I don't know, weird to people because of their hero roster, apart from just saying herder, Mercy mains, etc. In a non-serious way.
Off their hero level in a competitive match. They also added these borders and rank UIs back into the game like Overwatch 1.
They finally added what we've been asking for since private profiles. Literally, private profiles are awful. You know the problem with private profiles? It was never that private profiles existed. It was that they defaulted to on. That was always the issue.
UIs and the look of the game is actually better now for the first time in 5 years than it was in 20...
Yes, I have. The level 1,700 Mercy in my top 500 game didn't have a good time of my level 25 hog player joined voice. For God's sake.
20 Overwatch with the hero progressions, the borders, displaying rank in game. As of right now, It's better than it ever was. And it took them a couple years.
Yeah, it took them a couple years because they had to recreate fucking everything. I don't think it's that much better than it was, though, right? It is better, don't get me wrong. They have done some progress on it, but for the most part, they pretty much spent the years getting back to the place they were before. They still don't have end voting cards. I love the end voting cards. They still don't have them back. So there's a couple of things they're missing. A couple of things that they've improved. Yeah.
Really 2 years of work.
Really, I think what I've realized over the years is that you cannot appropriately disincentivize people being arseholes in video games. There's no way to do it. Everyone's tried to do it. It doesn't work. But you can create systems to incentivize positive interaction so that people want to interact with other people. And that can work
On the game to get to this point, but you also have things like competitive drives, which at first they didn't look so great, but now there's like a purple galaxy one this season, and it looks amazing in game. It's like a highlighter border on your screen that looks amazing. These are all massive upgrades that they've made to the game and the UI and display and how you can see what your teammates.
They're fine. They're fine. I've never been I've never been that type of person. I just like the gameplay of the video game, to be honest. But yeah, I understand how this has caused a lot of value for people.
Play because
it's certainly better than we had before, but yeah.
You couldn't, but there's no reason you shouldn't be able to see what your teammates play by pressing the control button. It allows you to recognize what you need to pick in what situation to help out your team, and that's a massive, massive upgrade to the UI, an enormous one. And speaking of UIs and different looks and things like that, in terms of cosmetics, they gave players something that they all asked for quite a bit: better deals on skins. This isn't something that I particularly care about, but the Maximilian Vault, where it will give you deals for skins, is a very, very nice upgrade. I would say massive upgrade because I'm not a big cosmetic guy, but many Overwatch players.
It's a psychological trick to get you to spend more money, isn't it? Isn't it just a way of getting more money from people? Isn't it a gross commercial feature, right? Like what?
Play it for the cosmetics, play it for the Pixar-esque film, play it for the beautiful looking skins in the game, which have always been the best of breed in my opinion. They look great, and giving people these deals and actually incentivizing their players to come back and, hey, we're going to throw you a bone here, and here's your deals for the week.
Yeah, it's a really weird thing that people, and I'll never get on the side of these weirdos that consider skins to be content. Skins to me are fine. They're fine. They can increase the fantasy of the hero, but the fantasy of the hero, in my mind, is done through voice lines, through the feel, through the animations, through the base skin. I don't feel like giving Sombra a Demon Hunter skin really makes Sombra more Sombra, if you get what I mean, right? Like I don't play Sombra to be a Demon Hunter. I play her for the character.
Is another great thing that they did. On top of that, they brought back the loot box system that was the most misguided thing that people would say, oh, all loot boxes are bad. Overwatch 1's loot box system was great. You could play to earn them and earn your cosmetics just by playing the game.
And then Star Wars Battlefront came out and the entire industry had to change because they were like, oh, we can make some money.
That system back and made it even better with a lot of the modernized cosmetic stuff that they're doing. It's amazing if you're a player who wants to play to earn cosmetics. They went back in and re-implemented that system that never should have gone away. Overwatch 2 in this era, in terms of everywhere but one place, has gone in and taken things from Overwatch 1 and made them better in Overwatch 2. It's taken a couple years, but...
And by the way, I would like to say, I am absolutely 100% fine with gacha systems existing within video games. I am so fine with idiot consumers being exploited by corporations to lottery themselves away into, like, I don't care about it. You know what? If it's incredibly predatory, like a proper gambling system, yeah, maybe like stay away from that. I do think the gambling industry is, of course, awful, including the CS:GO gambling stuff. But realistically, do you know what? If these people have stupid amounts of money to waste away, I'm not. You know what? You've got. As you say, you got to pay the idiot tax at a certain point, and I'm fine with other people funding the game for me.
They're now at the point where holistically you can say that's true.
That's this new system, by the way.
When Marvel Rivals came out, the reason why the game was so successful is they innovated on the format of the genre.
No, they didn't. They actually removed things from the format of the genre. All they did is release in 6v6, had a reasonably good core gameplay loop for the first 100 hours. I say probably the first 50 hours, and had some really interesting DPS mechanics that required a little bit of time to learn. That's basically what Rivals did. And I think that's really all you need to do in order to be successful with that IP. I think that's basically it.
Team-ups, and most importantly, hero ban.
A year ago, I tried to create a system that solved toxicity in Overwatch. Do you want me to DM you with what I came out with? Yeah, go for it.
Hero bans made Marvel Rivals successful. I think with
it was such a Marvel Rivals is such a terrible video game that is utterly unplayable without hero bans. It is so bad that they have to have hero bans, otherwise it would fall apart immediately. And you're like, wow, it's so good that they have this system. I'm like, just make a good video game in the first place.
Without hero bans, the game would not be nearly as successful as it is and was.
Yes, because it's terrible. It's so bad, man. It's so bad. There's so many characters that just need to not be in that video game.
On its launch. And for the first time in many, many years, Overwatch implemented they never did this before, a real hero ban system into the game after Marvel Rivals did.
And I think that it has, on the whole, reduced the quality of the video game over time. I think it is negative for the video game. The biggest bonus for the video game is that low and medium ranked players can have some fake control of what gets banned in their game. And they can have some agency to be able to affect it in a way that they don't have to necessarily always play against the things that they hate. Now, what happened in reality is that Blizzard saw that space and they were like, here we go. We can just like shove a load of things into this space and just say, fuck you, ban it. And that's what they did. They basically shoved a load of things into this space. And now, just like in Rivals, you're choosing which bad experience you want instead of choosing, well, just having a good experience to play. You just get to ban a third to a half of the things that are oppressive in the video game. The rest of the stuff, whatever. You don't have to you don't have to change it. You don't have to fix it. I mean, it's not clear whether Blizzard would fix it anyway, but at least there'd be some pressure on them to do it if the hero bans weren't there. Now it's just like, 90% ban rate. It is what it is, guys. I mean, just ban it, right? We're just going to buff Widow. That's a little bit more buffs, right? Oh, Venom Mine, just move that up there by 50 damage. Oh, the SMG damage, just move that up there. Bit by bit, making Widow more and more good on the map. She's good at, and if you miss the ban, fuck you, you're dealing with it, right? That's basically what we've done. It sucks, man.
And I saw some people sit here and say, oh, well, they were always planning to do it. Rivals didn't make them do it. But they outright admitted Rivals escalated their timeline on when they were going to do it. And they
it sped up the timeline, definitely.
Also had 8 years to do it before and never really did.
Yeah, and I think that was a correct decision. And I think Frito is wrong.
It was the Overwatch 1 Blizzard devs was, oh, we're not going to let you guys.
Bans were supposed to show the issues, not excuse them. Yeah, 100%. And bans are great as a little bit of an elasticity within the system to enable you to fix stuff a little bit later. But the moment you start leaning into that and you're like, oh, there's a rubber band here. I can lean on that rubber band. Oh, look how far I can lean over this railing that's only been held up by a rubber band. Oh, I can. There's so much room here.
Guys choose the bans. We're going to do hero pools and pick the bans for you for the entire week. And that's just not what a hero ban system is. And
I think that bans in general come with a massive amount of lack of faith in the company, right? The idea is that, well, they're never going to do it properly anyway. At least I have some agency now. And that's just, in my mind, that's just so sad. It's just so sad to me.
People who criticize the Overwatch 1 era.
And maybe if it's true, it's depressing.
We're right. There was an arrogance in the room about it, and a lot of those things ended up ruining things the game needed over time. You know, I'm so grateful for them making the game, but that, you know, if you look at old school Blizzard, that was kind of the mentality. But this new Blizzard that we have under Microsoft is very different. And to give Aaron a lot of credit, he's been very responsive in an almost impossible situation where, frankly, myself and a lot of other people had completely given up on their ability to execute after seeing the super tanks come into the game as that was their solution. I love you.
Don't worry, I'm dead anyway.
I remember this clip. Don't worry, Roadhog's back to this state right now. Don't worry about it.
He didn't even get the mega! I'm nanoed and damage boosted against the Hog as Reaper, and they don't die! But man,
One thing I like about bans is I'm playing this hero and this counters to me is really frustrating. I can ban them. Yeah, it's a sense of agency. But the trouble is that because the bans are the most popular, you yourself cannot ban something that is off meta unless you specifically ask people in voice to do that. And I don't think many people want to do that or can be asked to do that. And the second part of it is it's very steamrolling on the types of things. Like, if you can ban your counters, your off-meta picks can become incredibly good because the picks weren't necessarily being balanced around the implication that that counter could be picked to you. And so it just throws a wrench into the works of everything. It's just the same with everything else. Fuck it. I mean, it's 10% close to what's a good video game, right? So we're just going to give you a bit of flexibility and you just do whatever, right? Like,
not to be negative, the new hero ban system that they put in is actually...
It isn't the system, it's the community? What do you mean it isn't the system, it's the community? It's on Blizzard to put in systems that the community can't abuse.
And they don't die!
Check it back up.
But man, not to be negative, the new hero ban system that they put in is actually much better than Marvel Rivals. In a 3-month time span, they turned around and implemented a better...
I don't think it's better necessarily. I think it has its positives and its negatives. In terms of like the negatives, because it's not percentage based, you have no agency if you cannot flip the probability, right? So in Rivals, you can just say, I don't want to play against this hero. I'm going to block it, 20% chance of banning it, right? That's some agency, right? You can say, well, at least I tried if somebody else didn't do it. And that's got a negative of, well, maybe I've got an 80% and it doesn't get banned, right? Like that can be problematic. But in Overwatch, you don't really have that agency as a singular player.
Hero ban system than their competitor who came out and took their lunch money for the first time. That was the best turnaround for a systems upgrade that I have ever seen a game do. And Overwatch's hero ban system right now is better than Marvel Rivals because you can't duplicate ban. One of the most frustrating things in Rivals that happens is when you both ban an annoying character and essentially you've completely lost the ban.
Marvel Rivals is so in the shit with so many annoying characters that don't need to be in the video game because bans exist so they don't have to balance it, that losing a ban slot is problematic to people. They're like, oh shit, I could have had a slightly better experience if I could ban one more character. For fuck's sake. That is so telling, man. That is so telling.
Slot in competitive, but in Overwatch that can't happen. It's an absolutely brilliant system.
Yeah, so basically if nobody needs to ban anything, if nobody wants to ban anything, you still necessarily have to have one less character that people can flex to in the game. That's a negative, Samito. Like that's a negative. Like you shouldn't need 4 bans. If you need 4 bans, there's a problem, right?
That made the
like, don't get me wrong, the flexibility of being able to ban the characters that some people don't want to play against is good. But if there's 4 characters that are problematic enough that you need 4 bans, that's bad.
game quality so much better that lets players curate their competitive experience. Right? If I don't want to play against Widow, which is one of the big reasons why I didn't like playing Overwatch before, I think she's one of the most overpowered characters in the game, that, especially in 5v5, changed the entire flow of the game just by being picked. I can now ban that character, and my experience becomes way more enjoyable. For some players, that Widowmaker character is Doomfist. For some players, it's Moira. For some people, it's Sombra, or Tracer, or Genji. But now, you have the power to help curate.
No, you only have the power if other people are going to vote for it for you. Realistically, what they're doing is they're voting for Sombra and Doomfist and Zarya at the moment, and Freya and Mercy. Do you have the power to ban Torbjorn? Question you all need to ask yourself. Do you have the power to ban Torbjorn? No, you don't, because it's all based on the community.
Your experiences in game based on what you want. And the system was an absolutely smash, grand slam, home run success.
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. It was only success in dumb circles. Which is, to be fair, it's majority of people. People love their fake control. They love their fake control. The trouble is when that fake control when that joy of the fake control wears off, the long-term effects of it set in.
Another big W for the Overwatch competitive space that it desperately needed many years in advance, because so many metas that were unfun and abysmal to play would have been completely mitigated by Hero.
Yeah, but they could have also been completely mitigated by Blizzard developing Overwatch instead of developing a different game that never came out. Like, what are we talking about, guys? We could have just had them develop a video game that came out instead, right? Like, we could have just fixed it. It's not like it was that confusing. You just need to knock Inspire by a couple of points and reduce shield like sizes slightly, and it would have been fixed. Why are hero bans a solution? Because we didn't have development time for hero bans either. So the choice was either you get balance or you get hero bans. If we did have hero bans, what would have happened to GOATs? Well, it would have been a thing that you always need to ban out just in case it happens at high ranks every single game. And do you think it would ever get fixed? No. Why should they fix it? You can just ban it. Fuck you, ban it. It's crazy, man.
Hero bans, the problem would have been almost totally solved. Double shield, goats, the big staple problem children of Overwatch 1 that destroyed the game, what cannot exist in Overwatch 2, and the players, the customer at home, has the ability to curate that experience. An absolute massive win. Another advantage that Marvel Rivals has missed.
It's physically impossible to perfectly balance a game somewhere. Oh, let's just get rid of that. Someone somewhere, it's physically impossible to perfectly balance a game. Someone somewhere will find a way to abuse the system no matter what. Giving a tool for the community lets the community decide what they want to do. Bans are healthy. Okay, so I just don't agree with this, Brett, right? It's impossible to perfectly balance a game. A game being 10% off perfectly balanced does not mean you need a ban. Right? Like, a ban should not be neither here nor there. Bans are for characters that are obnoxious or metas, right? Is it physically possible to balance a game so that an oppressive meta doesn't form? Yeah, it's pretty easy, actually. It's pretty easy to balance a game so an oppressive meta doesn't form. And is it physically possible to make characters non-obnoxious to the point where people would rather them not exist in the video game? Well, if the alternative is never doing that anyway and just banning them permanently, then I'd rather just fix the characters, right? Like, sure, as I say, it's a great rubber band. It gives you plenty of room to play around with. It gives you plenty of time to play around with. But it doesn't fix any problems. It just gives you a buffer. And if the problems keep increasing over time, you're going to need more ban slots. And you're going to need to keep increasing the ban slots.
On compared to
bans are healthy if used responsibly. Yeah, like everything else, they're always going to be healthy if used responsibly. But what we do when we give a corporation some breathing room is they will always use the breathing room. Then it's just a problem with the devs and not the bans. No, it's a problem with what a studio will always do with it. It's the same as the visual effects, the visual clutter, right? Remove a hero, make every single new hero that comes out have bigger and like brighter ults every single time. Now, is it problematic that they have bigger and brighter ults? Not really. They had that much visual clutter removed from the game. They've got that space. They may as well use it. So it's exactly the same as this. Because they're not. They're not just not doing stuff, they're doing other stuff instead of balancing the heroes because they have this slack. It's not like they're lazy and they're just AFKing in the office. These have been shuffled to a lower priority on the list of things to do.
Massive win. Another advantage,
which is
that Marvel Rivals
like what they should
missed
do.
out on compared to Overwatch, is their new map voting system, where you can actually again further curate your own experience by voting for the map. And it is RNG who gets the hit, but a lot.
Voting for maps is less egregious to me in the way that all the maps come up. But I have seen credible information that the map pool has been kind of screwed by this, and quite a lot of maps don't come up ever. I feel like, again, if a map's bad enough that nobody wants to play it, that should be a big red flag and you should do something to that map. But realistically, having to play on these maps that you don't like is actually an important texture to the video game, especially when quite a lot of the maps that people don't like are more poke focused. And I think playing on these maps that are more poke focused less often can actually make them feel worse when you do play on them because you're not as used to playing into hard poke. So in a way, you can ban an experience so you don't have it enough, so you struggle with it.
Out of the time, if you're like me and you don't want to play Havana, you don't want to play Circuit, or if you're like Jay who hates Dorado for some reason, Jay, I don't know why you hate Dorado, buddy, but that map is not that bad, especially with the rework, right? You can vote against that map and get a curated experience for yourself. These are the types of things that Overwatch players have been asking for literally 6 or 7 years now. And for the first time, all of these major things have come within a 6-month time span. Within 6 months.
And I think the majority of them have been negative for the video game. I think they have reduced the quality of experiences you can have on average in the game. I think there's real big problems with the majority of them. I don't think they're positive improvements. I think I don't think they need reversing, but I do think there's massive issues with them.
More progress to improve Overwatch from a systems
And maybe, right, maybe this was all so necessary because people like this had convinced the average audience that control over your experience is more important than the actual experience you have. But I don't think that's true. I think people have just convinced people it's true. And maybe we needed these things because they were popular enough in the public consciousness, and it was a massive amount, obviously it's been a massive amount of goodwill from the consumers that they do have these things, but I don't think it's improved the game.
Format perspective than it got in literally 5 years. These updates in the last 6 months are better than every change
People don't trust the devs as much as you do? Well, okay, Circulin, I'll ask you this question, right? This Sombra rework, right? Do you think this Sombra rework would have been closer to the top of the pile or further away given the existence of bans? Do you think it would have been shuffled up in time span? Do you think it would have been shuffled down in time span? Right? Because Sombra's not causing problems right now. She's bad. There's no issues. So that can be kind of like just be laid out for multiple different things. I don't necessarily need to trust the devs. I can trust the devs to do the things that are necessary for the game. And if they don't, I expect the community to have... I'm a massive accelerationist in this way. Like, I trust the community to have such an uproar that the devs have to do something, right?
ever made from 2019 to 2024, even early 2025. That is a 6-year time span. And I would take these updates over every good thing, everything that they did for those 6 years. This current iteration of Overwatch is better than all of that. And it's not close. It's not close. Because if there's a bad balance patch and some character is OP, you're not waiting 2 months for Blizzard to come back in and fix it. You can just bait.
But if Blizzard are doing so much better now, right? They are better at design, they are better at making things, they are more responsive to the community, then the balance patch doesn't need to be banned out. They can just fix it because they do fix it now. They do actively hotfix after patches. So what I'm saying is we're just reducing the speed at which Blizzard do these things because it's not necessary to do these things. I'm not saying that bans are the worst thing that's ever happened to the video game. I'm saying that calling them an unmitigated game is wrong. I feel like they've ignored a lot of reworks for a long period of time. Yes, but you also say that they have improved things a lot faster. They've ignored a lot of reworks for a long period of time. Is that true? Like, I'm trying to think about any reworks that have been shuffled to the back. Like, most of it was done in the Overwatch 1 era into the Overwatch 2, and it seems like they've just been getting for a massive backlog of work for the most part. Can you please open the rank queue and send a ping to the server? Is it not open? Is it meant to be open now? Why is this not working? It's supposed to be open? That's weird. Anyone pinged anyone? Sorry, I thought people were just kidding about opening it because they were just yeah, I thought people were kidding. Right, I need to remember how to do this. I feel like perks are their solution to reworks. Seems like it, but they're just such a blunt scalpel. Ba-da-ba-bum. I did this the other day. I'm trying to remember how to do it. 1 second. Anyone know the command? Is it just changing the visibility? Is that what I need to do? That's what you did last time? That'll work. My eye is itchy. Sorry guys, brief intermission. Anyone know the command? I don't, people just do things for me, Green. I have a fucking idea what I'm doing. You think I know what I'm doing? How dare you? I'm just gonna send a very simple one. Okay, queue is now open. If anyone wants to play, these are our ranked pugs. All you have to do is go here, press the button. The gates are open, yes.
And that character. It's great. This is something that's unprecedented in Overwatch before, and it's an amazing change to the game. There's all kinds of new ways to experience and play Overwatch, and I think that the new mode Stadium is the embodiment of that. The new stuff that they've added to Stadium really is the next iteration, and it's the first time that they've truly tried to reach for a higher ceiling in Overwatch. And perks are great, don't get me wrong, but the depth that Stadium could potentially bring to the table goes so far beyond anything that
Overwatch already has depth if you just play the mode. Play the mode with 2 tanks, it already has depth. Like, sure, I do understand that people get joy out of building their hero in interesting ways. I do understand that. However, the game is already heinously complicated to onboard. Just obtusely complicated. And changing the interactions so that people interact less, or people interact with weirder ways, or people interact sharply, is really problematic for people to feel like they're playing the damn video game, right? It sucks to go into a game, realize in the second round that the enemy Mercy has built exclusively for survivability, and that you can no longer interact with the enemy Mercy. That sucks, man. It really sucks. I don't know any other way about it. Like, it's just bad.
Has ever done. In fact, it's a lot more like the Borderlands games. Speaking of Borderlands 4 next week, I'm excited. Guys like me have always asked for that kind of customization and depth and builds, and it was the most exciting part of PvE that I was looking for. But with Stadium, they're looking to find a way to actually introduce that into PvP. And what's so interesting about Stadium, full disclosure, it's not there yet. There's a lot more they have to figure out, but they have it in the game, the way it is right now, to live develop the game, very similar to what Deadlock is doing. There is no better place to get feedback and get answers and explore ideas than to do it in a live service market directly to the player. I think it would be a big mistake if they hid Stadium behind closed doors and didn't let people play it, didn't let it be tested, because the way it's formatted right now is very much so more like a quick play. It's not competitive at all, in my opinion. I don't think Stadium is competitive at all. It's got like the systems and things for it to be competitive, but it's not a true competitive experience. It's very much so like a test, and it's clear that they're live developing it and figuring out how to put characters into this style of Overwatch that they can build off of. It's the same thing they did with the Junkenstein's event last...
Yes, the trouble is, when you put characters like Tracer into the game, weirdly enough, what happens is they get less interactive, because they're already not very interactive heroes, based on exactly what they can do with their cooldowns. So it's one of those situations where all you need to do is slightly misbalance it, and all of these characters just choose not to touch each other, and it's like, man, Kiri clone build PTSD. It's just... It's fine. It's fine. I'm glad they did it, just purely because it is it's something I know quite a lot of people casually wanted, being able to build your own hero kind of thing. Yeah, let's test things and try new things. Yeah, it's not interesting to me. It's not content to me.
Where they were testing out perks, but they're doing that with...
Yeah, I am very... I do wonder quite a bit about the amount of dev time that goes into Stadium versus the percentage of the player base it has. I don't know what player base Stadium has at the moment. They haven't released any figures recently, and the funny thing is, when Blizzard stopped releasing figures at this point, you kind of start reading into it, don't you? Because they have been they've been so transparent recently that I do start thinking, when they stop being transparent, you think, is there something there? What are the player base? Is it lower or higher than they expected? Yeah.
Stadium live in front of everyone's face.
It must be good
And
considering it gets 90% of their
is it
dev
going
time.
to be the
I feel like it's about 30-40%, isn't it?
next deadlock? I don't know. I think it's way too soon to tell. I think they've got a lot of formatting things that they have to figure out in terms of making it more competitive. It plays more like an arcade right now, but it's still a fun new way to play Overwatch with way more depth and builds and creation that the previous game in Overwatch 1 couldn't come close to. Overwatch 1 could not come
Okay, here's my stadium take. I think that the additional stuff they added, the maps, the announcer, the feel of it is really good. I think they've done very good at creating this as a product, but I do not like the gameplay.
close to anything that Stadium has to offer in terms of what the customizations are, how to play as your characters. Stadium is Overwatch 2. It is. It is Overwatch 2. It's just taking time to get it developed, right? And I am excited to see it, but there's one big problem that Overwatch has. I've sat here and I've sung its praises for 20 minutes because I do think the last 6 months have been the best in Overwatch history. Ironically, the one time where it falls behind and has to compete, which is one of the best things that we should be so happy and blessed about with Marvel Rivals. There's one thing that is holding Stadium back the most, in my opinion, and there's one thing that I will give them credit for. You can play all different types of Overwatch with the new formats now. If you preferred 6v6 open queue, you can go play 6v6 now. It's not rose-tinted glasses and nostalgia. Some people genuinely preferred that format and that style of the game, and now that's accessible to you within a live 6v6 version of the game, which is where I spent almost all of my time when I play Overwatch nowadays.
But there's also the negatives of it. Like, splitting the queues is a real big problem, and Overwatch has really reduced the match quality in general because of it. It's also the fact that you cannot have more than one realistically competitive seeming experience. Right? You just can't. There's only so much competitive. And if they're the rogue queue next to the open queue, then the 6v6 cannot seem like a competitive experience. It becomes quick play with ranked, the same as Stadium.
It's only really in 6v6 open queue with bans, or on Marvel Rivals, where a lot of the 6v6ers ended up going because it was clear that Marvel Rivals was all in on their format. Ironically, the same format that gave Overwatch 1 all of the success that it could possibly have. It stemmed from the fact that it was not 5v5 roll lock with super tanks in the game.
I think Stadium would be really fun in 6v6. I don't know about anyone else. I feel like it'd be a lot more engaging. Am I crazy? I know it couldn't happen because, basically because of FPS, right? That's the main reason it couldn't happen, but still.
But that, to me, is the biggest fault of Stadium. The fact that the matchups are still that lopsided with one super role running around the map makes it unapproachable. And anybody who tells you that, well, you're super as well and you can build your kit as well, ignores the fact that that tank is also scaling and the matchup is never even close to even. It's nowhere close to even. The tank has way too much impact on the game compared to the other roles. And that is the only major issue that Overwatch 2 has is its...
The only... Guys, don't worry about it. The only major issue that Overwatch 2 has is that the two premier modes are fundamentally flawed. Okay, it's the only... Guys, it's the only problem, though. Right? Don't worry. It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's just that they are flawed from the ground up.
Formatting, and I'm going to talk about it now.
Shit. Oh, God.
While it is super important to note, like I said, you actually can play the 6v6 mode. Because 6v6 Open Queue is not the official format of the pro play, of all of these things, all of the main parts of the Overwatch community are still playing 5v5 roll lock, which if that's the direction that Blizzard chooses to go, that is the direction they choose to go, and that's what they want to support. 6v6ers, you guys don't have the right to complain necessarily because they did, to give them credit, actually...
Yeah, I do have the right to complain. You haven't patched anything for 6 months. Of course I have the right to complain. We are a portion of the player base. We have a proportionate right to complain. What are you fucking on about? Oh, they threw you a bone. Shut up. Eat your shit. What are you talking about, Sam? What is this? They put the mode into the game. That's all you're ever allowed to ask for? What the hell? How did you... If old Sam saw the 66 implementation, he would go, no, you're not allowed to complain, Typhoon, apparently. What the fuck? Where did this come from?
Implement the format that all of us pushed for
No,
very,
they
very
haven't.
hard. In fact, I think that all of the excuses around 6v6 being a terrible idea and how it would never work, while it was all gaslighting the entire time and everybody knows it, the success of Marvel Rivals doubles down and makes it irrefutable that if you phrase this question to people, okay, if Overwatch was such an industry titan for 10 plus years that no one could ever compete with it.
Yeah, he's been caught by the woke mind virus. Oh, the liberals got him.
Why is it that the first time a game ever did, that game, okay, let's go head to head and compare the games. Does Marvel Rivals or Overwatch have a better game engine? Not even close. Overwatch's game engine trumps it by a mile. Not even close. Overwatch's game engine is significantly better. Okay, well, who had better systems at launch? Well, Marvel Rivals did with the open queue with hero bans, great queue times, their ban system was great. We'll give it to
Where's it
Rivals,
going
but
now?
since then, Overwatch has implemented a better hero ban system. Okay. What about the
That's
hero
about the same.
designs, right? What about the heroes themselves? I mean, maybe you could give Marvel a bit of an edge there because the IP is so big and the designs were crazier and out of the box and they had team ups and all that stuff. But since then, I think perks have leveled the playing field, if not surpassed team ups.
Yeah, they shuffled some bits into the trough, and now the pigs are
You
eating.
aren't relying on another character and your teammate to get access to your perks. You can do it on your own. Okay, we'll give
You're looking over and you're like, but they have some slop. Why can't we have some slop? Okay.
Overwatch a slight advantage there. So if the game engine's better, they caught up on formatting and systems, right? Well, they caught up on the systems like hero bans and stuff like that. They caught up on the Lord progression stuff with their hero progressions and all of those other things. The battle passes are relatively similar at this point, where everything's close. What is it that Marvel Rivals does better? And I'll say this, the actual sustain abilities in Rivals and the support ults are way more frustrating to play against in Rivals than they are in Overwatch because they aren't 15-second ults.
Just building an argument that 6v6 is the reason why Rivals is successful, but he prefaced that by saying, fuck you, you can't complain. They already did what you did, what you asked for. Like, what are we doing?
So despite all of those things, how was Marvel Rivals able to capture the hearts and in time of so many players out there in the world?
Because they have like 400 hours of movies out.
Could it be that it is the formatting of the game, guys?
No, I don't think casual players really feel the formatting to a ludicrous degree. I do think obviously Overwatch has massive problems due to the formatting, but I think that the main thing for Rivals was obviously the IP. Like that was the main thing. Aside from that, like I think that the format is when I say the format, I do mean the average gameplay loop as well as the format. The average gameplay loop of Overwatch, you can have a bad 6v6. You can have a good 6v6. You can have a good 5v5 and you can have a bad 5v5. And the problem is that we're dealing right now with what I consider to be as good as they can make 5v5, when realistically the alternative is the bad 6v6. And they're, for me, more or less even. Perma Smug, this is my new favorite Realth clip. My cheeks hurt with laughter. What's happening? God.
The only major issue that Overwatch 2 has is its
The only guys, don't worry about it. The only major issue that Overwatch 2 has is that the two premier modes are fundamentally flawed. Okay, it's the only guys, it's the only problem though. Right? Don't it's fine. Don't worry about it. It's just that they are flawed from the ground up.
formatting. I'm going to talk about it now.
Oh, for God's sake. I prefer the bad 6v6 over the peak 5v5. Yeah, 100%. I prefer it too. But you have to say, it's fine for you to prefer the peak 5v5. It's fine, right? I don't really have a problem with it. I definitely wish that 6v6 was the premier mode, because I think a good 6v6 vastly obliterates peak 5v5, right? But really what we're talking about is we're talking about two modes that are probably roughly equal given the amount of development that's gone into one and the amount of lack of development that's gone into the other. And we are allowed to say this is a shit version of our game. We are allowed to do that. And there is no reason to expect that this game mode couldn't grow with the grassroots player base that it obviously has if they actually cared about the game mode in any way, shape, or form and didn't delegitimize it at every corner.
Aaron, I'm gonna ask you a question, and I'm gonna leave this as a question to anybody at home, okay? Do you guys truly feel that in a PvP game, and it could be Dead by Daylight, it doesn't even have to be a shooter, because Dead by Daylight had a similar problem, which is why I find this so fascinating, that it's acceptable to have one role on the map that is significantly more powerful, and I'm not talking 1.5x, 2 to 3 times stronger.
So why are you saying we can't complain? If 6v6 is significantly better, why can't we talk?
Than everyone else on the map. Oh,
2 to 3 times stronger, 3 to 4 times stronger. I think tanks are about 1.5 times stronger in live 5v5. Does anyone disagree that they're I think 1.5 is reasonable. And because they're 1.5, they necessarily get more resources into them in order to enable them to do more things, right?
Don't use ults, don't use ults, don't use ults. Do not use ults. There we go then.
Yeah, I'm waiting for him to get to the end of his point, because I'm like, surely he has to come back to the fact that you can't complain after he makes his argument, because why would he do it in the first place if not? Between 1.5 and 2 somewhere? 1.75? Interesting.
Straight down 2.
I think in 6v6 is about 1.3. Does anyone disagree with that? In terms of relative power?
no! Bro, fucking 5v5, man! Super tanks are the only thing that are ruining Overwatch 2, and the 6v6 open queue right now is the best iteration of Overwatch.
But it still has super tanks because they didn't change anything about the lethality of tanks. They still allowed them to commit bullshit to characters. They just reduced their health pools and increased their cooldowns. They didn't do anything to them. They made them just as bullshit. They just took some power away from the ability to generally stand on main and not be murdered. That's all they did. They can still kill people the same, and that sucks. That's bad. That's a bad direction to go in.
I have ever played in my 10-year time. It's the best iteration of a hero shooter I have ever played. Why, Aaron? Even in Stadium, this is true. Why do you guys think it's acceptable internally to have the tank literally be 3 to 4 times stronger than everyone else on the map?
Because something Q times. It's obvious. Because in World of Warcraft, we don't have enough tank players. That's the answer. Because you have never made the argument that it's a very reasonable thing to expect that the Q times could be approximately equal for the 3 roles if you just treat them the same way. Right? Like, because you've never made this argument. Every single conversation you ever had, you never just said, well, if we just make the same amount of tanks, we make them just as interesting, and we make that average gameplay experience about the same, and maybe we put in a little incentives to swap between the roles like we had before. A little one, not divert away from the roles and then be like, you can get faster queue times. Just a small one. Maybe we could just have equitable queue times. Maybe that's just a thing we can do. As evidenced by the fact that every single game I've ever queued in 6v6 appears to have 2 tanks in it. I haven't not had 2 tanks in like all of the games. I think I've had like one game with 1 tank in it ever, ever since OPQ launched, and it's like this whole argument is just propped up by the false understanding that there's nothing we can do about queue times.
The same problem still persists and ruins 5v5 to this day. There is too much.
It doesn't matter. They can't do anything, Sam. They are stuck because the queue times. If you don't make this argument, nothing matters. And you can't be asked to make this argument. You never make this argument for some reason.
Power on the tank. Way too much. Not to mention all of the problems that Hawk and I talked about in the 5v5.
They could agree with you 100% about the gameplay. It would not matter one bit.
6 debate are more true than ever. In fact, we've been proven right on a lot of these things. Things like
people should have been happy with the 6v6 test balance, even though it was not perfect. There was so much negativity. Maybe Dex gave up because of the negativity. I don't think there was that much negativity. I think most people had just gone to rivals, so there wasn't that much positivity to be had, to be honest. I think that the people that would have been positive about it had already packed up and left, so the negativity was mostly the people that were left, right? Negativity equals Doomfist. Well, it's really hard when you see something close to what you want to just say, oh my god, this is incredible, right? That's really difficult. It was so much, this isn't the exact same with the custom mode, so it sucks. I didn't see that much of it, honestly. I think it was interesting to talk about the things that were different and the reason why that made the game worse. But I was I still play the mode exclusively. I like the mode more than the general game mode. But I think there's loads of things that take away from it. I remember you commenting when it was first released that I hadn't played it much on stream. And I think my answer was just that I was really busy that week doing other things and I didn't have a chance, but I would be playing it. Pretty sure they gave up on 6v6 because why bother? People still play and people spend money with things like 5v5 and Stadium. Yeah, why make a video game? I mean, video games, right? Just make any video game is good. People play video games, just make a game. Okay.
The Roadhog rework where everyone came out and said, oh, just rework the tank. How did that go, guys? Because that just got reverted. Thankfully, it was a very smart decision to revert it. Hog's skill ceiling was gone. You can't fit a square peg into a round hole. And a lot of these tank designs have to be homogenized. As Hawk said, they all have to be similar.
And the DPS and support designs, don't forget the DPS and supports.
Do everything at once to be a super role. And that is a fundamental flaw of the format. That really, I think if you look back on the 5v5 and 6v6 debate, maybe there's a chance, and the conclusion I've come to has changed. I knew it would be one of two things. It would be, is 6v6 roll lock better, or is 5v5 roll lock better? But the queue times might truly be impossible to be competitive with in the 6v6 roll lock format, in which case, the question you have to ask yourself, and where does it put...
Is there anything we can do about queue times?
Because I don't even blame 5v5 for it. I think going to 5v5 was the second worst decision that Blizzard ever made. But the number one worst decision after playing Marvel Rivals for 9 months that
is obviously PvE, but you know.
Blizzard ever made that I was on the wrong side of history on was going to roll lock.
Yeah.
All of this stems from a roll lock, guys. I'm not talking about roll queue. I'm talking about roll lock. Roll lock needs to be thrown in the dumpster. It needs to be gone. It needs to go. And I think that's where the 5v5 argument...
But the problems with roll lock are also solved by the same thing, which is making the times remotely. If we just make the player-based numbers more equitable between the roles by treating the roles in a good way, then the problems with the queue times go away, and the problems with the amount of bad comps in the open queue go away.
Is frankly correct in queue times. Could they have done things to make queue times more approachable for tank? Is there...
Probably just start playing Overwatch if they force open queue. The thing is that 6v6 is 2-2-2 anyway, right? It is 2-2-2, and a 2-2-2 with flexibility is better than a 2-2-2 without flexibility. Do you agree with that? So open queue is better if we can have 2-2-2 in it. The problem is, it's not fucking 2-2-2. That's the issue, right? Isn't that the problem?
A way to make the queue time sway between each role? Yes. And they didn't do enough of that in Overwatch 1.
I don't want to feel forced to flex. You feel forced to flex. For the most part, I just lock my hero at the start of the game and relax.
Holistically, looking at the game...
The tanks tend to stay on the tanks. The supports tend to stay on the supports. So I don't really ever feel forced to.
And looking where things are at, and looking at the systems that Marvel Rivals has put into their game, where they have a preferred role queue built into the matchmaker, Overwatch must get rid of roll lock. I think it was the biggest...
I think Overwatch does have preferred role queue built into the matchmaker, doesn't it? If it doesn't, there's a real big problem there. I think it always had it, didn't it? It always matched people based on their roles, didn't it? I think it did. Maybe I'm wrong on that.
Mistake, because 5v5 stems from roll lock. Hero designs like Roadhog and different unique characters like that. Their ability to design unique characters with unique identity.
There's a little bit of pressure to make a 2-2-2 comp if you're the last to pick. It's not too bad, but it does exist. Yeah, just pick faster. Just download an SSD. What, are you stupid?
Entities became so much more limited when we went to roll lock, because heroes like Roadhog always functioned as a third tank flex DPS character. And with a lot of the new things in the game that they've added, the big problems that come with open queue have been heavily mitigated with bans. Goats comp can't really exist to the degree it does.
No, you just balance it, man. Come on, man. We don't just let Goats comp exist because you can ban it. This is exactly what I've been saying. You can't just let these things exist because you can ban it, because then it becomes a necessity to ban it, and therefore you have one less ban slot. I don't want to choose my choice of bad experience. I want you to balance the bad experiences.
With a 30% heal reduction DPS passive, with characters in rivals like Marine, gatekeeping, the tanky tank comps, Ramatra cleaving through shields, Queen with her wound damage. There are all kinds and perks allowing them new ways to mitigate the big problems on top of bans. Where this all started to go wrong was roll lock, and I wish I had seen it sooner. Even I was wrong about this. I'm not like some guru prophet all the time. I'm human. I'm wrong too. We all are wrong. But what makes a great team different from a good team is the ability to take ownership of mistakes and go back and fix them, like they did with this Roadhog rework. Aaron, if you see this, or if someone from Blizzard sees this video, Many of us have gone off and played Marvel Rivals Open Queue with bans for 9 months. There is a middle ground here, and it may be, just maybe, when we were debating 5v5 and 6v6, both parties were right on certain things. I think the 6v6 camp was right when it comes to the actual gameplay loop and designs and things like this. And I think the 5v5 camp was right, only really on queue times. But I don't blame them looking at the state of the game and what got us to this point. What created 5v5 was role lock. Role lock was the causation. 5v5 was the effect. We have to go after the causation when you're problem identifying. You have to stop it at its root. And role lock was the root of that problem. If Overwatch abandons the 5v5 role lock format and even goes to 5, you want to stay 5v5, 5v5 open queue without tanks being 3 to 4 times stronger than every other match.
But then nobody would pick. This wouldn't work. You can't do 5v5 open queue because the tanks have to be bigger. They have to be bigger. That's the point. They get hated on if they're not bigger.
Up in the game, that would also be okay. But those super tanks and the tank designs of Zarya being able to double bubble herself and run down mid and just be significantly more powerful ruined the power balance between the roles and took out so much depth between the matchups in this game. And if you play 6v6 open queue for just 1 or 2 hours, it becomes immediately apparent how much more fair the game feels. And you said this, Aaron. You pride Overwatch on being a competitive shooter now, and you're leaning into that audience, and I think that's what you probably should do because it's got the best engine for a competitive game really ever made. Tell me how a game is competitive when matchups like that are that unfair. When I'm going up against a tank Doomfist that is 25-5 and we're bulldozing his team, and his
because the fairness in their mind is not predicated on the amount of chance to win or the power of the roles. It's based on whether the teams generally are fair.
Yes, are 13 and 15, but we literally can never kill the Doomfist in that matchup because he has so many more stats than we do with better cooldowns and all of these other things.
But they bought in. You're not going to be able. I don't think you're going to be able to argue against them in terms of stats.
This game was at its peak when all of the matchups were relative and it was about how you played rather than what role you were on. But this game has become about what role you're on more than anything else. And this problem was in Dead by Daylight with the killers. This is a problem you've seen in many different games. I'd ask.
I mean, it's just a choice to have a non-unilateral power level between the heroes. I don't think it's definitely negative or positive. I think it's more boring in terms of Overwatch, specifically because there is an easy alternative that is better. I don't think it's necessarily like that's the most awful thing in the world to have tanks being more powerful. It's just something you have to play around. But like, I don't know, like it's just we have something significantly better and we made it worse, right?
And I leave this with a question: do you truly think that power mismatch is healthy for the game? And I think, and I would say the success of Marvel Rivals, well, it has a worse engine. You've caught it. Granted, it had better formatting at the start. There's no reason that game should have been able to come in and compete. And it's not a coincidence that for the first time in your entire time working at Blizzard, that they came out and were able to take the crown for the first time ever. It's because they copied you. They took a page out of your book. They did what you all did.
They did what you didn't do. Like, that's basically it. They had an IP that was active.
If you return to that with the new modern...
Sure. People did play Rivals because it's 6v6. Loads of people did. But realistically, the big core audience, that was more the streamers. The big core audience is,
systems that you all have right now.
Yeah, of course I like the spirit of Sam's message. It's really weird that he muddied it with... It's really weird that he muddied it by just saying, like, you can't complain they've done the thing. I'm going to guess that's more... It's obviously this whole video is a massive olive branch more than anything, isn't it? It's a shame that Sam removed his public reputation by using Twitter before this happened in relation to how the voice actor.
The greatest comeback story in multiplayer shooter gaming ever. This will be the greatest comeback story in the history of modern shooters. And I hope you guys can get it there. They've done great work thus far, guys. One heck of a story. And they're so close. But man, there's just one last obstacle in your way. Are you guys willing to do what needs to be done and revert the biggest mistake that was ever made?
But 6v6 isn't good. The 6v6 mode is the worst version of 6v6 they can have. And you can't just say... It's difficult. He's trying to cover a lot of the ground here, and I feel like he's not covering a lot of the ground on purpose, because it's too much. Such as, you need to actually fix the mode, you need to invest into the mode, here's how you fix it. He's just saying you need to invest into the mode, right? Like, he's saying it does need investment.
And that was Rollock. And I say that from somebody that was on that train from the beginning, and I could not have been more wrong. To wrap this up, guys, this has been the best year of Overwatch since really the glory golden era back in the day. They've really found their sense of direction, and they should take enormous pride in their ability to rise to the occasion and compete where they can. There's just one last piece of the puzzle left, and really, you know, who am I to say that that should be exactly what they do? That's just my opinion, what I think needs to happen after going out and exploring and playing Marvel Rivals and seeing what works and what doesn't, and having a whole new science experiment in front of our face to show us what can work and what cannot work. But what do you guys think? Let me know down below. Are you still playing Overwatch on a day-to-day basis? Have you tried it since, you know, the reviews flopped and everything went down, or Marvel Rivals came out? What would you like to see in the game? What do you think about what I said? And what were some things that you would like to do differently, or things that you would change? Thank you guys so much for watching. I hope you all enjoyed today's video. I think we might come back and do Reaper Fridays on 6v6 Open Queue. I think Overwatch is at a state where it can definitely be played, especially with the hero bans and perks and all that. So maybe Reaper Fridays on 6v6 have to come back. Thank you so much, though. I'll see y'all later. Take care. Much love. Peace out.
Okay. It's difficult. They're never willing to budge on the queue times for some reason. It's such a weird problem we have, that never willing to budge on queue times. I think that unless they invest into 6v6, the mode will die slowly, right? It will always have an audience, but unless they're willing to invest into it, the bare minimum in terms of improving it, it's going to slowly die off. Now, the question is, you can't do 5v5 open queue. That's a no-go in general, just because of the way that's formatted. I feel like they're already where they want to be. I can't see a direction for them to invest more into 6v6 being a more core game mode. Like, all of the competitive stuff is on 5v5. There's never going to be another push for 6v6 competitive play, is there? Because there's not enough... there's no balance patches for it. There's no reputation for it. So I do feel like this is just barking up a tree they're never gonna get onto. It's nice of him to make a praise video, because he's been quite negative in the past, but I do think quite a lot of his praise is just pissing into the wind with things that are like half truths or things that aren't really true. Like, for instance, using Rivals needing bans as evidence that Overwatch is better with bans, basically. Yeah, sure, Rivals needs bans, but you could actually just fix your game. It's difficult. Aaron wants the game to be more competitive, which is why the balance team is lost. Perks ruin the game, bans give them excuses not to fix anything, and push is still in the game. Why the balance team was lost. I don't know. I don't think they got a direction for the game. They got a direction for 5v5, don't get me wrong. And I think 5v5 direction is probably one of the best it can be. But the 6v6 direction? Who knows? Who knows? There is no direction. They don't even know it needs different things by my understanding. Bans are a lot more necessary in 5v5 intrinsically. Yeah, of course, because 5v5 is so inherently less resilient to sharp interactions and hero design, because it's got less of a buffer. Like 5v5 needs all of these things, and it's one of those where it's like all of these things that technically are good, but just suck the life out of the game slowly. Man, it sucks. It sucks. The queue has popped on our 6v6 ladder. So if anyone wants to join our 6v6 mode, all you have to do is press the join queue button there, and you can potentially get into the next match. You don't need to do anything else other than go to the 6v6 ranked thing here. By the way, Realth, I need coaching. Okay. You'll book that in like 3 years, yeah? Maybe after 11th Roadhog rework, they could reconsider 5v5. No, we just need to... One more rework, guys. One more rework. On to book it now. It's just wait time for a VOD review. It's not even that bad, man.
My wait times are fine. I DM'd you 2 weeks ago, did you? Oh, shit. Okay, maybe actually NHS wait times. What, the DM of Realth, I need coaching? You didn't specify anything about what you want. You just said, I need coaching. Yeah, I have a habit of opening DMs and clicking off them to remove the ping. And then, yeah. What do you need more? What do you need? You already have my template to fill out. Why don't you fill out the template? And then we'll book it in. I sent you the template in the past. Haven't I? I must have. I must have. Oh, maybe I haven't. Wait, that's a while ago. This is Amthos's hand. This is a leak. I'm still scrolling up. I'll resend you the template. Okay. I'm going to head. Everyone, please join the ladder. It is a whole fucking host of fun. I love it so much. I might actually join for a game depending on when Beth's getting home. But yeah. Cheers on looking at the Jurassic replay, so I didn't have to. Also, cue the 11K. Oh man, it's such a mess, man. He's so bad. Oh man, he was. See, the replay I looked at, he literally just fed full on straight into the enemy team 3 times in a row the moment the spawn doors open. It was good, man. Okay, I'm gonna head. Have a fantabulous evening. Love you very much. Sometimes you need a hard kick in the butt to realize you're doing it wrong. Yeah, sometimes you need to be mocked and insulted, right? Like, that's sometimes what you need. Anyway, good night, guys. Good night, Greed. Love you as always. Mwah. 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 Ciao, Frost. Good night, guys. Good night, Random. Good night, Paulie. Night-night.